Good morning, everyone, and welcome again to the 2023 Green Coffee Summit. If you weren't with us yesterday, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Andres Montenegro, Sustainability Director at the Specialty Coffee Association, and also one of the hosts for this year's digital event. Yesterday, during our day one of the Green Coffee Summit, we learned from a select group of experts innovating on value models for green coffee, from new and innovative processing technologies to extrinsic attributes, intangible value, and inclusive business built on quality, but on quality of the relationships and information flows. All these innovations are somehow challenging and keep expanding our understanding of what a specialty coffee is and also the possibilities for our sector, suggesting probably a more generative path based not on managing scarcity, but on the opportunities to transition to new forms of abundance, value in general to make coffee better for all. We were able to hear how the value discovery, a vital term in the world of specialty coffee, through the use of tools like the SCA coffee value assessment, evolves shifting sourcing strategies to not just discover value, but to design it. And today we will keep digging and exploring on those practical innovations that are and will be in the future, keep shifting green coffee towards a more intentional industry that will expand value as a design goal to create coffees and coffee experiences designed and tailored to meet consumer preferences. But also tackling the present sustainability challenges of the global specialty coffee sector as it continues to evolve towards this future. Before we head into our first session, I would like to thank today's presenters and panelists for sharing their time and experiences, and also highlight that the Green Coffee Summit, a free to attend online event, is made possible thanks to the support of our generous sponsors. Thank you to our title sponsor, Barista Attitude, and supporting sponsors, BWT, Water and More, and Carabela Coffee for your support. Now I'm going to pass the baton to my colleague, Peter Giuliano, Executive Director of the Coffee Science Foundation and Chief Research Officer at the Specialty Coffee Association, who will be the host for our first session of the day. Welcome again, and the floor is yours, Peter.
Thanks, Andres. And thanks for the welcome today. It's great to see you, and I'm excited for day 2 of the summit. Okay, everyone. Well, today, as Andres just said, my job requires me to be involved with science and research. And one thing that the research definitely shows us, which includes the consumer research, the market research, and other scientific research, is the world is changing. It's changing in big ways and small ways. The biggest change, of course, that we think about all the time is the changes that are happening in the world's climate. And of course, that's going to have a profound effect on coffee and its agriculture and its trade. But coffee is changing in different ways too. Populations are growing and changing. Consumer groups are growing and changing. And the trade dynamics in the world are changing all the time. And we respond to change with innovation. Naturally, that's what we are as a species. We innovate in the face of change and in the face of adversity. And that's what this morning's session is really about. Yesterday, we learned, as Andres just mentioned, we learned about all sorts of other kinds of innovations. We learned about processing innovations to discover new flavors in coffee. We learned about trade innovations, about how companies are innovating their trade systems to make coffee better through the way that they work within their supply chains. We learned about value assessment innovations, about how new tools that have been developed are making it possible to make progress in the trading of coffee. Today, we're going to look at agricultural innovation. Of course, coffee begins at the agricultural stage, and just like in every other part of the coffee industry, agriculture needs to innovate in order to adapt to all of these changes that we've just talked about. So that's our focus this morning, and we've got 3 speakers who are in the trenches of this kind of innovation right now, and we've asked them to share their perspectives and their work. So we've got 3 talks this morning. I'll introduce them now, and then after those 3 talks, we'll have a chance to discuss and ask questions. I encourage you all to ask questions in the chat as we go and discuss in the chat as we go. And we'll be able to learn about what innovation looks like in the coffee agricultural sector. Okay, so as I mentioned, we've got 3 amazing speakers this morning. The first, they'll go in order. They have 3 talks prepared. The first is Craig Kraft. He is the Asia and Africa Director for World Coffee Research. He's an agroecologist and has worked in agricultural development and sustainability for over 15 years. After Craig, we'll have Dr. Tanya Humphrey. She is the Director of Research and Development of World Coffee Research, and she oversees WCR's research portfolio. And she's always been passionate about innovation in agriculture and the integration with business. So Tanya's the second one. And then our third speaker is Jane Cheserek. She is a research scientist at the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, which is the Coffee Research Institute. And Jane has been with the this Coffee Research Institute for 12 years, working in breeding programs aimed at developing new coffee varieties. So I'm really eager to share these 3 talks with you about what agricultural innovation looks like. So first, we'll begin with Craig's talk. Take it away, Craig.
Hey everyone, my name is Craig Kraft. I'm the Asia and Africa Director at World Coffee Research. It's a pleasure to share with you a short panel presentation here on coffee's agricultural innovation crisis, the missing opportunities create value for farmers. I'll be joined today by my colleague, Dr. Tanya Humphrey, who will present on how breeding can create value for farmers. And finally, we'll have a presentation from Dr. Jane Cheserek of the Kenyan Coffee Research Institute, who will provide a specific example from Kenya. As I go through these slides, I recognize that my camera hides a little portion of the slide, so I'll be popping in and out so you can clearly see the pictures or the words on each of these slides. So, and again, I want to thank the SCA for inviting us to participate in the Green Coffee Summit. First of all, we're going to start looking at how climate change will and currently affects coffee and coffee production. If we take a look at a global macro level, we know that increases in temperature changes the suitability of where coffee can be grown. The increase in severe weather events can lead to major ramifications, not only for farmers who are directly affected, but these shocks are felt throughout the supply chain. We only need to think about how the market and the global supply chain reacts when there are floods in Vietnam or frosts in Brazil. But the bottom line is that ultimately farmers bear the brunt of these risks. If we zoom down into a plant or field level, we can see how climate change impacts Arabica coffee. Increases in temperature mean that there are lower yields and poorer quality, where limiting water also has the same effect. Finally, irregular rains and patterns of rainfall can cause poorly distributed flowering, which means that harvests don't come at the same time or you're harvesting all year. And these have real impacts to growers because as we are seeing, scarcity of labor is becoming one of the constraints to coffee production today. So if you have seen a WCR presentation recently, you've probably seen this slide. Based on the facts that I've shared with you, right, the coming of climate change, it seems like in coffee, we see this disaster coming, and yet we're casually waiting for it. When really what we need is something on the right. We need to be prepared. We need to make the investments in technologies and innovation that are going to prevent the disasters that we see forthcoming. Innovation is critical. Just 10 years ago, farmers in Central America and Mexico were facing a devastating leaf rust epidemic. Right? The solution to this was the development and distribution of varieties that are resistant to leaf rust. Too many farmers are using varieties and technologies that were created 50, hundreds of years ago. These trees are direct descendants of the original trees that were taken to start populations in Indonesia and Latin America. These they don't have any of the innovations that farmers need today. But why is this, right? Well, the problem isn't technical, right? We saw that there were it was a technical solution to coffee leaf rust in new varieties. There is a structural problem with investment in coffee agricultural research and development. So WCR worked with a Michigan State University agricultural economist, Dr. Maiwish Meredia, to calculate the value of the investment that is needed in order to avert this coming crisis. So right now, the global coffee industry collectively invests around $115 million a year in agricultural innovation. So assuming that coffee consumption is going to continue to increase at historical rates, and that climate change does indeed reduce yields and land area for coffee, and that traders and roasters want to continue to purchase coffee from other origins besides Brazil and Vietnam, then we need to be investing in research and development at a level that is approximately 5 times more than what we are. We need to invest an additional $452 million a year to hit that 556 million mark. You may be thinking that is an enormous number, right? That is a lot of money. Just the other day, I was reading a DevEx article that cited that the global coffee industry is collectively worth $127 billion. It's billion with a B. Our friends alone in Vietnam have a farm gate production that's worth $4 to $5 billion. So if the global value is $127 billion, this number, $567 million, represents 0.4% of that global value. So we think of this in terms of relative percentage, it's less than 1%. It's less than 0.5%. If we look at how variety innovation, we're going to shift the topic now to how variety innovation can contribute increased value to farmers, right? We've seen that there is a structural reason why there has not been historically there has not been enough investment in a research and development. WCR, we focus on varieties and variety development and innovation. So we're going to look at how variety innovation can address multiple sustainability issues and add value for farmers, right? By increasing the quality and the amount of coffee farmers get, increasing the financial stability and profitability, decreasing agrochemical use potentially through increasing tolerance to disease and pests, reducing pressure on land use conversion and deforestation because farmers are getting more per area that they have planted. Innovation has been the cornerstone in plant breeding to solve multiple challenges. So you can see plant breeding has gone through its own innovations. There have been innovations in the way that we have been undertaking plant breeding, right? Breeding 1.0, farmer selection, you see something interesting in your farm, you save seed, you continue to propagate it. Breeding 2.0, we start to use information from experimental design to improve how we create new varieties. And 3.0 and 4.0, we start to leverage the power of genetic analysis, spatial analysis, our ability to identify where traits sit in the genome in order to really create new varieties of crops. Coffee is still in 2.0, breeding 2.0. There's a lot of room and space for us to continually to innovate and create varieties that provide solutions to challenges that we are currently facing. Here's one example that we've used at WCR. If you look at levels of innovation comparing to what has been done in strawberries versus coffee, we see that there are over 6,000 varieties of strawberries registered in the Union for Protection of New Varieties of Plants versus 111 coffee varieties registered, meaning that there's approximately nearly 60 times more innovation in strawberry breeding than in coffee. We recognized that for each country, varieties are competitive. Everyone is trying to solve for their own production issues and create varieties that are locally adapted, making sure they've got the qualities that growers want. In order to respond to this, we need a stronger system of innovation, right? One that allows for greater investment and includes more actors. The next couple of talks, my colleague Tanya will talk a little bit directly about how plant breeding can contribute to innovation and one example from WCR. And then our partner, Jane Cheserek, will go with a really specific example of how that's worked in Kenya. So I want to thank you for your attention today, and I'll let Tanya take over. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Tanya Humphrey, and I'm the Director of Research and Development for World Coffee Research. So you've just heard from Craig about the importance of innovation in coffee, and I'm going to zero in a little bit closer on specifically on the topic of variety improvement. So when we think about agricultural innovation, whether it's in coffee or any other crop, typically you can innovate in two ways. And the first is through better agronomy. So this means agronomic interventions like fertilizer, irrigation, pruning, pest control, all of the things that a farmer can do to really maximize productivity in the crop. So this is the first thing, but after a while, typically you kind of reach a maximum. You've optimized every possible element of the production system, and you can't really get any more productivity gains out of that. And so this is where you start to think about varieties. So the plant itself, you really want the best variety in the ground that is adapted and maximized for performance in the specific environment in which it's being grown. And so variety innovation typically comes through improvement, through breeding and selections to optimize that variety for the specific production systems. And so the two things together, varieties plus agronomy, typically will get the maximum performance out of any agricultural system. And so you saw this slide earlier, perhaps. It shows clearly in a single photograph the importance of the right variety in the right location. So on the left, we have a coffee variety that is being subjected to the coffee leaf rust, which is a serious disease of coffee. And you can see that the plant has lost a lot of its leaves. It's not very healthy. And obviously the farmer is not going to get much yield out of this plant. But on the right, you see a coffee variety that is resistant to coffee leaf rust, and it is healthy and vigorous and will give the farmer a good crop. And so this is a simple illustration of having the right variety and how it really can make a difference for farmer livelihoods and ultimately for the production of coffee on a farm, in a region, in a country, and indeed in the entire world. So variety improvement is something that humans have been doing for thousands of years. Since the start of agriculture, we have been selecting and improving on the plants that we grow. And this is a great illustration here from another crop, watermelon. The top left picture shows what a watermelon looked like in its natural state. The very original watermelon was a small, hard fruit with tough pulp. It was bitter, you couldn't open it, and clearly it was not very desirable. And so over time, by growing this and selecting more and more the sweeter, bigger, juicier fruit, over time we got to a point around 100 years ago where we had these giant, sweet, juicy watermelons. Some of them are still around today. But with more modern and sophisticated approach, we've refined that even further so that we have a whole range of different watermelons in different sizes, flavors, even different colors for different markets. And so all of that diversity is inherently there in the crop, and that's what breeding and selection can do. Take something very small and almost undesirable and turn it into something great. And so breeding really works. And basically, as I just explained for watermelon, it happens over time and through generations of growing the plant and selecting the best performers, you're able to incrementally improve in the traits that you're looking for. So you can think about it a little bit like shuffling a deck of cards. So if you shuffle a deck of cards and then you look at what you've got and you throw out all the bad ones, just keep the good ones, and then you reshuffle. And then you look at that again and you take the good ones and throw out the bad ones. And if you do that repeatedly, what you end up with is a small selection of really the best material, or the best cards in this example. And so this is how breeding works. It's really relatively simple, and humans have done it since they've been growing plants for agriculture. And we do it now today still in nearly every agricultural crop that's grown for commercial purposes. And certainly it's something that needs to be happening in coffee. And so breeding in coffee, we really need to be thinking about optimizing coffee varieties for the production environments that they're growing in. And particularly as we're facing a future with climate change, increasing demand for coffee consumption, as well as pest and disease pressures, all of the challenges that the coffee industry is facing, we need to really ensure that farmers are making the most out of the resources they have available, and that farmers can grow a profitable crop and stay in coffee production. So this is why we need to do breeding, and typically breeding so far in coffee has been relatively underinvested. So you heard about the innovation gap in investment in coffee. In breeding, that is definitely the case, because breeding is a long-term effort. It requires significant investment over a sustained period of time to really achieve great things. And in coffee, it generally hasn't happened. So when we think about breeding for the coffee industry, we talk a lot about demand-led breeding. And this means, what does the industry want and need? So when we talk about the industry, what we mean is the entire chain, right from the farmer through to the end consumer. And we need to think about what everyone along that chain needs. And so first and foremost, we consider the farmer. And these are the production traits, the things that the farmer needs out of the coffee plant. And so typically there'll be things like yield, seed quality, pest and disease resistance, perhaps drought tolerance, nutrient use efficiency, plant architecture, whether it's tall or short, how many branches it has in what kind of structure. All of these things affect the way a farmer produces their crop. And we need to consider them and understand the genetic determinants of these things to allow us to be able to make those selections. So we think about the farmer first and foremost, but ultimately coffee is a consumer product. So we really need to understand, what is the consumer looking for? What are the traders and the roasters and the people along the value chain? What are they looking for when they buy coffee? And of course, this is where the whole discussion around quality comes in. We really need to understand quality. We need to incorporate it into the breeding pipeline, and we need to understand how we can make improvements that really maximize the genetic potential that you're getting out of the variety, so that we can make sure that we've got the highest quality material. So all of these things, all of these needs and wants in the industry basically can be translated towards to become target traits for a breeding program. So when we think about targeting some of these improved traits, we really want to look at what is the material we're starting from. And so in the breeding program that we have just launched, we're looking at the highest priority traits of yield, which is ultimately productivity for the farmer, which benefits the farmer and the buyer and everyone down the chain to really maximize what you're getting out of the resources that are put into it. So yield is really important. Disease resistance would usually come second, because you want the plant to be resistant to whatever it's encountering in the field, and there are many natural sources of disease resistance that we can incorporate into the coffee varieties. So yield, disease resistance, and then the other one is cup quality. So thinking about the end consumer, making sure that the breeding and the selections focuses on the highest quality material that we can get. And so in designing this breeding program, we've thought about all of these things, and we've focused on high-performing commercial lines, because this is an industry, a business. Farmers need to make money out of this. And we have material that is sourced from many different places across the world. So Brazil, India, Kenya, Costa Rica, Nicaragua. And we have our global multi-year data set from this large international multi-location variety trial, where we have been evaluating all of these varieties for 6 or 7 years. So we have all of this data on all of this variety's performance in many different environments. We've evaluated this material in around 30 sites around the world in 18 different countries. And from that, we've got a lot of data that enables us to select the best material, and this has formed the basis of our breeding population. So we have launched a global breeding network called Innovea, and we launched this in late 2022. So it's still relatively new. We're in the very first stages of getting the seed distributed to partners and the trees in the ground. And so you can see in this diagram up on the right, all of the countries that have signed on as part of this collaborative network. And so the key thing about this is it's a global collaboration where all of these countries and researchers and breeders across the world are working together to evaluate the same material in these many different environments, and all of the data comes together, and we're all sharing all of the material, so that all of these countries will benefit from the outcomes of this network, and we can ensure the successful diversity of origins. So three aspects to this network that are important that I wanted to highlight is the focus on high-performing commercial varieties. The second is kind of a technical thing. It's a population improvement strategy, which is how the breeding is being designed. And the third is multi-environment testing. So this is really important, especially as we think about climate change, because breeding is such a long-term endeavor. What we're breeding for today really needs to be targeting the climates of the future. So having this multi-environment testing in this global network structure really allows us to understand the performance of all of this genetic material in many different environmental conditions, and gives us information that we can predict what we will need in those varieties varieties in future climates. The other thing about this network that's actually really nice is the concept of co-opetition. So you see, for individual countries, varieties are inherently competitive. Each country is competing with their neighboring countries for a market share, for quality. They want to be maximizing the productivity of their farmers, the price they're getting for coffee coming out of their country, the quality. So each country is going to want the variety that's best adapted to their own specific conditions and market needs. And so with Innovea, what we have is this pre-competitive collaboration where all of these countries come together and work collaboratively across the globe to develop this improved population of genetic material that we're all able to share and benefit from, so that individual countries then can take what they want from that material and do further breeding and refinement to develop a finished variety that is ultimately going to meet the needs of their own farmers and position their country in the best way on a competitive basis. So it really allows them still to maintain that competition that they're looking for. So that's all I've got to say, and of course I'm happy to take any questions if you have any about this.
My name is Jane from Coffee Research Institute under the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, and I'm going to present about breeding for cup quality in Kenya. Breeding for cup quality is one of the objectives within the Coffee Improvement Program, and the various aspects of quality include the physical, which is the bean sizes, the biochemical aspects of the green bean, and organoleptic characteristics, which is the liquoring of coffee. Genotypes such as geisha, the typicals, and the bourbons are key genotypes for specialty markets because of its highest cup quality. Unfortunately, these genotypes are very susceptible to coffee diseases, including the coffee leaf rust and coffee berry disease, and thus are not profitable to farmers unless the farmers use chemicals such as fungicides to control them. Over 80% of the coffee farmers in Kenya are smallholder farmers, and so we need to produce genotypes that reduce cost of production in terms of resistance to coffee diseases. And also with this, we have to ensure that whatever we produce is of high quality, high yielding for the farmers, and also disease resistant, so that we can be able to maximize on the returns of coffee production. Expression of quality is determined by the altitudes where the different coffees are grown. And so it's important to select our coffees in different altitudes from the low to high, since we know that with high altitudes we have a better expression of cup quality. The G/E effects are critical in breeding for stability studies across the different environments for all the traits, including quality. We have to produce a variety that is stable and can be able to produce these characteristics that the farmer and the consumer needs. The different areas that affect the expression of quality. The first one is the varietal effects. Different genotypes perform differently in terms of cup quality. And so it's important that when we select, we are able to select against those that have low cup quality. The environment also affects the expression of these genotypes for cup quality. And as indicated earlier, it's important to be able to select for a variety that is stable across environments and is high in terms of cup and yield. The consistency of cuppers in assessing quality is very critical. Cuppers in one country or region and cuppers in another region should be able to assess the same beans from the same varieties, from the same location, and be able to give results that are consistent and with very low variations in terms of results. So consistency is very important. There are many opportunities through value addition that allow the beans to express themselves in terms of cup, and this include the various processing methods such as the naturals, the honey processed coffee, and also the wet processing methods. Publications of bean qualities have been done on over 1,400 papers have been published, and over 50% of these journals focus on the biochemical composition of the green bean, the cup quality, which is the sensory characterization, and the bean quality in terms of bean sizes. And so this shows how critical quality is important in the breeding program. And within the same study, it was found out that more than 70% focused on Arabica coffee, which is a species of coffee known to have high cup quality. And this was followed by the coniferous species. Breeding for cup quality is important. The higher the altitude, the higher the cup, but other factors also contribute towards expression of quality, which is the genotype, the environment, and management. Management basically is under the control of the farmer, how the farmer feeds the coffee in terms of nutrition, and crop management. Other factors include the pre- and post-harvesting processing methods. The different centers within the Coffee Research Institute in different coffee agroecological zones, where we plant all our genotypes and be able to study how are they stable in terms of cup quality and also yield across the different environments. Research and development has been focusing more on yield, the disease resistance, the quality of the coffees being worked on, and also adaptability in different environments. For the farmer, yield is very important, and also the quality in terms of bean sizes, which is a price determinant. The marketer looks at the quality and the volumes that the farmer produces. We have the roasters within the value chain, and the final stakeholder within the value chain is consumer. The consumers play a big role because they're the determinants of what do they want. And so within this breeding cycle, we have to consider demand-led breeding, where we have to have different product profiles and be able to look at this value chain. What is needed at what point? And so our breeding program has to focus the need of every value chain player, from the farmer to the consumer. The quality evaluation in terms of bean grade has been focusing on the different sizes based on the screen sizes. We have the E, we have the AAs, the ABs, the PBs up to T, which is the smallest in terms of size. And all these specific bean grades fetch different prices. And so it's important to know, what are we producing to the farmers? What are we giving to the farmers? Do we have more of the AAs and ABs? Do we have more of Cs and Ts in the specific genotypes? And so we have to consider specific variety, and also taking into consideration the returns the farmer will make from these specific genotypes. The quality looks into coffee in 3 different aspects. We have the raw characterization of coffee, we have the roasted coffee, and also in terms of liquor. All these different traits during sensory characterization contributes to that final class of a specific genotype, which ranges between 1 and 10. For coffee, in Kenya, for our own coffees, we have to consider those varieties that have scores of more than 8. We have the 5 different varieties. We have the Batten and Ruiru, which is an improvement of SL34, 28, and K7. They are resistant to diseases, they are high yielding, they have cup quality that scores more than 80. And so the aim of the breeding program is to come with new varieties that have these characteristics, so that we can be able to take care of the farmer, reduce the cost of production, and maximize the returns in terms of productivity. The coffee market price within the Nairobi Coffee Exchange is shown for the last 2 years, how the performance of the various coffees and the payments that were made. Look at these charts, you find that the AAs up to the PBs are fetching better prices. And so how can we be able to ensure that within the breeding programs we have the best genotypes that produce more of the AAs, the ABs, and the PBs bean grades, so that the farmer can be able to get more money from their produce. And so bean quality is very critical in our breeding programs, and we have to consider them in every step of breeding, so that we can be able to get a good variety out there that has all these traits incorporated in it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Jane, for that talk. Thanks, Craig. Tanya, thank you for your those excellent talks. That was really interesting. Thank you all for the. I feel like we've had a guided tour through agricultural and genetic information. So we've got some questions from the chat. But before we begin, I'd love to sort of clarify a few things of my own. So we used there was a few terms being used in this talk. Jane was talking about genotypes a lot. We've talked about other terms. What we're really talking about here is developing varieties, right? Which are some of these attributes that we were talking about yesterday. These varieties that are well known in coffee. Some of these are really traditional. Jane's list had some of those varieties that are closely identified with Kenyan coffees. But is that what we're talking about here? Is like developing sort of new versions of those varieties that we've come to be familiar with in coffee over the years? I guess maybe Tanya, I'll ask you that question.
Yeah, sure, exactly. A new variety, a variety is a genotype, but not every genotype is a variety. So typically, by the time you release a variety, it needs to be very well characterized. But in a breeding program, you have a whole lot of different genotypes. And from that, you are selecting the ones that will ultimately be evaluated and selected to be released as a variety. But yes, mostly a genotype and a variety in this context can be used interchangeably.
Got it. And so these ones we think of as varieties can be improved even when they're still thought of as the same variety. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it does get muddy in coffee because the approach to varieties and certainly the seed systems, it can be a little informal and unregulated in many places. But in other crops, typically once a variety is released, it stays as that specific variety and it's preserved in that unique genotype. And so, but you can do further breeding with it and then develop the next variety. So typically in many agricultural crops, what you have is kind of this constant pipeline of new varieties being released, and each variety is an improvement on the last one, and it will be released as its own unique variety, and ultimately farmers will eventually replace what's in their field with the best new stuff coming out.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Craig, you mentioned different, and you and Tanya both mentioned other crops besides coffee. Strawberries were mentioned, melons were mentioned, etc. How does coffee, how do these systems work in other industries? And how is that similar or different to coffee? Maybe Craig, start with you.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So in the United States, if you look at a crop, say apples or almonds, there is a checkoff program whereby every quantity of almonds or apples that gets sold, there's a fund that gets returned back to a board that then gets to direct that back into research and development. In the case of coffee, coffee is produced in a number of countries all across the world. The value addition and consumption happens in the United States, and there's really limited ways for funds to get redirected back into research and development that's going to continue to provide innovations that's going to allow for the future growth of coffee. I think I just want to. NCA had a recent publication that said, Americans spend something like $110 billion on coffee and related goods just in 2022. So, I recognize that the numbers that we were talking about seem quite large, but we're talking about 0.5% returned back into research and development. So there are systems established for crops that are produced here in the United States and in North America. But because the production happens in other countries and the value addition and consumption happens here in the North, there isn't an easy way for those funds to get back.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I could just build on that too, because in a lot of agricultural crops, it's very much focused in the commercial, the private sector. And certainly in many staple crops, annual crops, maize, wheat, soybean, these kinds of things are annual crops. There's a business model. There's a way to make money out of that because companies can sell seed every year. And those companies, as we know, some of them are very large international companies, and that's the business of agriculture in those types of crops. Coffee is not an annual crop. It's a perennial. A farmer will retain the same trees for 15 or more years. In some places, it can even be up to 100 years of the same tree in the fields producing coffee that whole time. So there's not a great business if you're trying to sell seed. It's not going to be profitable. So that fundamental commercial aspect of the coffee variety and seed business is kind of a weakness in the system, which means the whole thing needs to be supported by other mechanisms because there's not seed companies that can really make a viable business out of this.
Great. Thank you. Jane, there was a question in the chat that I thought maybe you could speak to a little bit. We talked about testing of these varieties, how when these varieties actually get developed by the institutions that are associated with Innovea, and then they get tested. And you had a very cool kind of list of different locations that varieties can be tested at. There was a question about, and you listed the altitudes of those places. How else do those differ from each other? Are they in Kenya? Are they geographically distributed? Are they managed any differently from each other, or what does that look like? I wonder if Jane can you hear me, Jane?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. I was wondering about the locations where the varieties are tested. You listed them. How do they differ from each other? What do those locations look like?
Okay, so the locations are located within all the coffee growing zones in Kenya. We have the lower regions, which have low altitudes. Actually, some regions even go up to 1,200 meters above sea level, and we have up to 2,000 meters above sea level. So they differ in terms of rainfall patterns and also the soil structures. They're not the same. So we have to test, when we have to test all these varieties in this stage, all this, the different environments, we can be able to assess which is more stable in terms of quality, which one is stable in terms of we can get almost the same quality across the different environments. So we need to look for stability, and that is the reason why we are doing this G by E selection, so that we can be able to get a variety that is good, that is stable, and will not really say like performs better in this region and very low in this other region. So we do the same management practices when actually we are doing the management across the locations. So despite being on high or low, if it is fertilizer, if it's agronomic practices, all the management practices are uniform across the different environments. Yeah.
Great. And this brings up, there was a question about the data that winds up getting collected in the systems that WCR has developed, like the multi-location variety trials, like Innovea. How does that information, that data, get shared with breeders, producers, etc.? Maybe Tanya, you could speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good question, and something that we're working through right now. Particularly, the multi-location variety trial is where we start with, where we've evaluated essentially a whole lot of pre-existing that have been evaluated in 29 sites all around the world. So we have an increasingly large data set that is coming out of that trial for the past 6-7 years now, and we're just starting to assemble this data and look at how to release that, because we recognize how hugely valuable it is. We've already used the data ourselves in informing the breeding and the crosses that we're doing under Innovea, but we recognize that it's hugely valuable to all kinds of people. We get questions from coffee roasters and companies that are interested in different origins, and they want to know if they're going to invest in a planting program in a particular country. They want to know, how can we use this data to make the best variety choices for that country right now? And so this data set is really valuable, and we're in the process of trying to release it publicly. We want to do it by publishing it first in the scientific literature, so that scientists can start digging into the data and do some analysis. But as we do that, we will be looking at how to release it publicly to make it more broadly available. It's not a simple matter of just sort of dumping it somewhere publicly and letting everyone have it, because there's sensitivities around some of this data, and we have collaboration agreements with all of our partners in different countries about keeping this data, fairly controlled until the point it's published and everyone's in agreement with that. So that's the process we're navigating right now. Ultimately, our goal is to release as much of this data as possible, because this is how research works. You know, everyone's science builds on results and data that has come before. And so it's all very well that we use the data to make our breeding selections, or we give it to our partners, but the maximum benefit gets obtained when it's in the public domain and all kinds of people can use it for whatever they need. So that's our end goal. It's not so straightforward to get there, and we're working through that right now.
Yeah. Okay. A couple of specific questions that came up that that you all might be able to answer. One was about Canephora. Are we talking about Arabica here? Are we talking about Canephora and Arabica? Other species?
So yes, first. So what I talked about is Innovea specifically, which
Right.
is our Arabica breeding program that we launched in 2022. So that all of that story is Arabica, and Jane mostly talked about Arabica as well. Canephora is next, and certainly it's pretty exciting for us because we're just getting involved in that now. It's, you know, it's a little further behind. We've just started this really in the past year or two, but that's the goal, is to be having a global breeding program in a Canephora, Robusta coffee as well. And we're right in the process now of designing the breeding strategy, talking to various partners who might be involved in that global network. So absolutely, that's part of the plan. As we start to think about other species, that's where we have to really consider, you know, is that the best use of our resources? Because, you know, we talked a lot about farmer productivity and commercial outcomes, industry-led, industry demand, these kinds of things. We have to really focus on what's going to be profitable and viable in this whole commercial landscape. And right now, that's mostly Arabica and Canephora. Some of the other species are certainly interesting. As breeders, as scientists, we think about those. We get a lot of questions about Stenophila. It's certainly interesting, but there's a long way before those things become commercially viable. And so we're trying to focus on, you know, the first and foremost, what's most important in the industry right now.
Got it. And as you talked through that, I realized that really with WCR, you're not talking about just one program. You're talking about lots of different things that are happening at the same time in different places with different in different ways. There was another question about how different countries vary in terms of their involvement in these programs. Can maybe you all speak a little bit to this question about how do countries vary? Some countries seem to be very involved, some not as involved. How does that work out?
Do you want to take that, Craig?
Sure. Right. So I think in Innovea, we're really targeting countries, that second tier of Arabica producing countries, folks that, breeding programs that really need assistance in keeping their producers producing coffee. Brazil has a history of investment and innovation into their varieties, and they're really an example for everyone to follow. I mean, we're trying to get everyone to invest and develop varieties in the way that Brazil does, right? They've got varieties that are early ripening, late ripening, adapted to exactly what their farmers need. But I think, that doesn't preclude them from participating in the different aspects of Innovea or the other work that WCR does. We're currently exploring partnerships with a number of different countries in the Robusta network that aren't participating in the Arabica breeding network.
Got it. Okay, so finally, speaking about partnerships, I know a lot of people are asking, how can they be involved? I might have a small company, a small roasting company, or a small importing company. How can I get involved in this work and become a partner with WCR and these programs myself? Someone?
Okay, I'll jump in. I think the easy answer is membership in WCR. I mean, frankly, that is why we are created. We talk a lot about ourselves as the bridge between coffee companies and coffee producing countries. So typically we work directly with national coffee institutes such as CalRO. So Jane there in Kenya is one of our close partners. So we have a collaborative work underway with CalRO and Jane and her broader team. And that's how we tend to operate. So the involvement of companies typically is through membership. So, companies invest in WCR because they see what we're doing. They understand the need to support R&D in coffee producing countries. And our organization provides the mechanism to allow them to do that. And so through membership in WCR, there's, various ways to engage with us, get input into what we're doing, as well as learn about all of this process in a lot more detail.
Great.
Well,
thank you, Dr. Cheserek, Dr. Humphrey, Dr. Kraft. Thank you so much for this. This was an exciting session, and I learned a lot. So thanks very much. And I think, Andres, I'll give it back to you.
Thank you, Peter. Well, thank you all. We're just moving to the next session.
Hi, everyone. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're moving with the next session with Kim-Elena Ionescu and Janina Grabs on due diligence. So let's move there. And thank you all for this amazing conversation on coffee breeding.
Kim-Elena Ionescu. I am I'm the Chief Sustainability and Knowledge Development Officer at the Specialty Coffee Association, and I will be hosting our next three presenters. I'm really looking forward to hearing from our next presenter, Dr. Janina Grabs, who will be speaking to us about changes to the legislative landscape. So one major novelty is the emergence of due diligence regulation, which puts an increasing responsibility on companies to understand, prevent, and combat adverse social and environmental impacts in their value chains. The way these regulations are written, the onus is usually on buyers to comply, but many sellers are rightly concerned about what these changes are going to mean to them and about what unintended consequences might look like. These are big questions, and we're fortunate to have guidance from Dr. Grabs on this. She is an assistant professor of business and society in the Department of Society, Politics, and Sustainability at ESADE Business School in Barcelona. Her work focuses on the governance of sustainability on global value chains, and there's a special focus in her work on tropical agricultural commodities, such as coffee and palm oil. She'll be drawing on that work for today's presentation. Welcome, Janina.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a really pleasure to be participating in this. So I think we have some slides that might be pulled up now for my presentation. Is that correct? Yes, there we go. They're coming on. So let me just say it's been really fascinating to see the development of these types of legislations from this academic perspective. I do a lot of firsthand research on how this is going to play out. And so I'd like to bring you some perspective, some insights from that work today. And I'll focus both on giving you, first of all, a broad introduction to this topic of due diligence legislations, just in case, so we're all on the same page. Then we'll focus on one specific one that has captured a lot of attention in the sector, which is the EU deforestation regulation. And I'll do two things. On the first, as a first point, I'll draw on my work in the palm oil sector, which has had some experience in trying to create deforestation-free value chains, to sketch out some possible scenarios that we might see in the future in the coffee sector. And then I'll also draw on work that was very recent. I conducted a whole range of interviews with coffee stakeholders to understand where their minds are at in terms of how the sector is responding. So we'll get both a view into the past for possible pathways, as well as a view into the present moment. So as Kim Elena mentioned, we have this wide range of supply chain due diligence laws that are emerging, particularly in the European Union, also in North America and in Australia, so broadly the global north. And the idea is that companies sourcing from around the world, but also and predominantly including the global south, should show more responsibility for possible adverse and environmental and social impacts, should understand what those impacts are, should mitigate them, should try to remove negative impacts from their supply chains, and also in some cases provide remedy to affected victims. So broadly, we can talk about three types of legislation in this field. The first one, and the one that came earliest, is what we call disclosure-only legislation. And disclosure-only legislation really asks businesses to understand better and disclose their impacts. But it doesn't necessarily require them to do anything differently in terms of their practices and how to address those impacts. So here the idea would be that via this transparency, stakeholders are given more insights. There's also a possibility of sort of naming and shaming of bad actors or the recognition of good ones. Then the second category, disclosure, due diligence, and remediation legislation. This is what's now been on the table, especially in the European Union and its member states. Here, the idea is that a company really does an entire exercise of mapping out what are all of the areas of negative social and environmental impact that its operations and its supply chains might be having, that it formulates a plan how to address each and every one of those impacts, and that here again, there is remediation as an important component of this. So businesses may then also be held liable in court or may held liable via regulators if they, in order for them to sort of provide remedies for affected victims of harms that have already taken place. And then the third type of legislation that I want to introduce today in a bit of detail is what we call trade-based legislation, which kind of takes the idea or the aim of due diligence, but translates it into a legislation that really focuses on imports specifically. And so here the idea would be that companies are banned from importing certain goods that are associated with certain bad environmental or social practices. And the deforestation regulation is an example of that kind of legislation. But just to give a little bit more insight, if you are inclined to get a more detailed overview of what has been happening in the recent 2-3 years, what I've been working on with support of the European Union, the European Commission, and also in collaboration with the International Coffee Organization, is to provide a full overview of the specific legislations that have been proposed. Some of those have not yet been passed, but others have been passed and are now on the way of being implemented. So I'll give you a very brief summary of what this database contains, but at the end of the presentation, I'll show you a link to where you can see it, work with it, interact with it. We have an interactive online platform that contains all of this information, and also feel free to reach out later if you want to have sort of the Excel version of this. So just in terms of providing this broad overview, the disclosure legislations, what I was talking about, where businesses basically need to report what is happening, this came to the fore specifically with a focus on modern slavery. And so this has been focusing in the UK and Australia and Canada. There's been also, on a broader spectrum, reporting requirements that are focusing on the broad array of environmental, social, and governance disclosures. This has been more the case in the EU and also in Switzerland. And in the UK, companies also are required to think more about how their activities impact the climate and how they have climate-related risks and opportunities. Okay. Then when we go to the due diligence legislation, here again, what we have is quite a wide array. This has really been a European advancement. So we don't have as many actors from other buying countries that are putting these types of broad due diligence on the table. But what we see in the European Union, which is quite interesting, is that it started out with single company legislation. So first France, now Germany, and also Norway already have this type of legislation in place. And now there's a big movement to create a holistic framework at the European Union level with what's called the EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. So here the details are still being hammered out, but that is most likely going to be adopted next year and would then come into force with another year or two's time. And then finally, we'll talk more in detail about the deforestation regulation, which is this trade-based legislation. But also interestingly, we see a number of countries, both in North America and Australia, imposing trade restrictions also on goods associated with forced labor. And in the case of Canada, also goods associated with child labor. So those would also be prohibited from being imported. And so here, the customs authority is the one who checks and who may then confiscate shipments at the border. So quite an interesting development on that side. There's also, this is maybe less specific to the coffee sector, but quite a lot of work done to specifically target the Xinjiang region in China, where there's been reports of modern slavery within the Uyghur minority. And so US and Canadian legislators have also focused a lot on that. But let's focus now on the deforestation regulation. So this was a legislation that had a very long history, but then a very fast implementation time. Really within a little over a year, we had a final text that has been adopted last June, and that will now will be enforced. Companies will have to act upon it within 18 months of that adoption, so by December 2025. And December 2024, so now in a year's time. Small and medium businesses have a little bit more of a time frame. And so what the deforestation regulation asks is that companies know and prevent any type of goods that have been associated with deforestation, which they define as forests being cleared after the cutoff date of the end of the year 2020. So if any agricultural commodity amongst the 6 that are in this legislation, which includes coffee, are produced on land that was deforested after this date, that commodity would be ineligible to be imported into the market. And so it doesn't matter whether that was legal or illegal deforestation according to the country laws in question. Here, the question is, was this a forest and was it cut down? So it includes both types of deforestation. The way that this is checked is that companies are asked to provide GPS points or polygons, depending on the size of the supplier, of every single piece of land upon which a product that is in a specific shipment was produced. So here, really what is being asked of companies is much more granular traceability down to individual plots in order to be able to provide this type of information to legislators, who will then be able to check to what extent that particular piece of land is in or out of scope in terms of the legislation. There's agri-forestry, which might be interesting to talk about, is considered agriculture. So also converting a native forest into agroforestry land after 2020 would be included in this type of legislation. But on the other hand, if there's already existing agroforestry systems, they would not be considered forest, right? And so if in those existing systems, they would be considered as an agricultural surface, and the EU wouldn't check on deforestation patterns in those areas. There's what happens when companies don't comply. There's a wide range of possible punishments that are included in the legislation, and the most stringent or the most concerning for some companies is that the maximum fine, the fine for the maximum level of non-compliance, if a company really shows that it didn't comply, can be up to as high as 4% of the total turnover in that particular year, which means that that is quite a hefty punishment. And so other possible punitive measures can also include that the particular authority that is implementing this may confiscate the shipment, confiscate the money that was made with a particular shipment, or that companies that are non-compliant may not be allowed to be present and do business in the EU market. So quite a wide range of measures. Which of those it will be will basically depend on how every single member state implements and will sort of define those punitive measures for themselves. So what does this mean for companies that are within the scope of this? We already said very high levels of traceability, quite important transparency over their supply chains. Right now, it is not sufficient to have vague knowledge or to use mass balance approaches or anything like this. It really needs to be known who the original farmer is that has been supplying this shipment, and that particular shipment needs to be able to be traced all the way to the market. That also means, right, that companies have a much more deep level of understanding of their suppliers, of also potential issues with their suppliers, and especially when concerning sort of broader due diligence measures, but also within the case of the deforestation regulation, there is the idea that companies would also help provide support for suppliers in order to be able to meet these standards, right? And so implications for small producers, or I mean, I could say any producer, but there's been many concerns of what does it mean for smallholder farmers. Of course, farmers themselves are not being legislated in the sense, they're not in the scope, but they might mean that they're getting many more demands on information because companies that are being held to account by this legislation require such information. So that may mean that particular traceability information may be needed. It also may be that cooperatives or farmer groups are being asked to provide much more detailed information on how specific shipments, right, were flowing from specific producers. In the broader due diligence framework, there may also be other types of issues of concern that people, specifically buyers, may raise, right? So issues surrounding labor conditions on the ground, issues concerning the environment. But I also want to highlight that, particularly when it comes to the wider range of due diligence measures, there are also important benefits, especially for suppliers that felt that they were unduly harmed by buying companies, right? By companies, because the whole reason for this type of legislation is to hold buying companies more accountable. And so there may be possible access to remedies that didn't exist before. And so how will this happen in practice? Again, the sector, coffee is one of the 6 sectors that this regulation, the deforestation regulation, affects, has been given 18 months to move into compliance. And another sector that is also being targeted here that has some interesting insights is the palm oil sector, because here, because palm has been such a big driver of deforestation, especially in the tropics, before this mandatory legislation came into force, there's been quite some voluntary commitments, such so-called no deforestation, no peat exploitation, no peat development, and no exploitation policies that companies have made in the palm oil sector that basically promised from their own accord to eliminate deforestation in their supply chains in a very similar way as now this mandatory legislation asks of them. So we can take a peek in the past of how companies have fared with these types of commitments to see where the future, particularly of coffee and other types of commodities that haven't had as strong of a voluntary focus on this issue, may have. So there's 5 scenarios that I want to introduce. And I will say that these 5 scenarios, I've seen all of them play out in this palm oil sector in various, like with various companies taking the lead, right? So it's also not necessarily the case that only one happens or not the other, but these are basically ways in which companies can now start to act. And the first way is that they really start to mitigate risk by streamlining their supply chain, by making it much more focused on very few suppliers with which they work much more in detail, with who they may, from whom they may be sourcing higher volumes, and eliminate or move away from other suppliers for which they may not have as much information, or they may not be as clear about whether or not there may be some risky behavior in their eyes, for instance, of deforestation occurring. And so an example of a company that did this in the palm oil case is Mars, quite this large food and beverage company that moved from over 1,500 palm oil mills that they were sourcing from to only 100. And they had this goal of moving to even only 50. And they said that this was very useful because that gave them much more stronger relationships with the suppliers that they continue to have. And they had also more leverage over those suppliers in terms of being able to help them, but also ask specific practices of them because they were sourcing a higher volume. Of course, the critique of that type of approach is that it may end up eliminating and excluding particularly the areas where there's most concern, and it may also be excluding actors that are not non-compliant, that are not risky, but where there's just very little information available. And so specifically in sort of the smallholder segment, that might very well be the case, right? So in that sense, if there's a large number of companies that are moving into this type of approach of just funneling down to very, very few suppliers, we may expect political opposition by coffee-producing countries and the smallholder organizations within them. What we may also see then is that there is increased competition over those specific high-performing providers, right, that can get that type of information out for them. So we may see sort of a focusing and a competition over plantations and advanced cooperatives that were able to provide these types of elements. That could also then lead to better prices for those particular types of front runners. The second scenario is that companies stick with their current supply chains, but make quite high company-specific investments to actually maintain and gain traceability all the way down to smallholder farmers, right? That they roll out concerted efforts and scale up efforts that have existed in the past of trying to enroll specifically farmers into specific programs and get much more granular data on them. Some companies in Palm did this as well, and they did this because they saw it as a competitive advantage to be one of the companies with the best overall visibility of their supply chain, right? So they were able to sort of like get ahead. And even in a case of this mandatory regulation, we can still expect that there may be potentially some competitive advantage to be the first one out of the gate that is meeting all of these standards, and that basically can then set the stage, set the bar for everybody else. So what we could think about here is maybe also, again, sort of the use of like quite numerous technical support, like teams of technical support organizations that are going out in the field and mapping smallholder farmers, gathering these GPS points. We could also think of potentially blockchain technologies being developed to provide this better type of traceability. The challenge, though, is even if you've done this effort once and it is very costly, keeping it up to date is not self-evident, right? Because especially in smallholder market structures, you may not be selling to the same person today and tomorrow. You may not be always sort of like using the same strategy. And so if this were sort of the path forward, it would require continuous improvement and continuous effort to keep these kind of data systems up to date, which might take away, right, a lot of resources from other types of approaches, which could help people on the ground pursue more environmentally sustainable measures. And of course, there's also this issue that if we're seeing this from a competitive sense, we will have a lot of duplication from different companies that are mapping the same farmers multiple times, everybody coming with their own system, with their own strategy, and that the burden also on specifically cooperatives and individual farmer groups is going to be very high in providing this type of information. The third scenario would be that one could also look for alternative levels of traceability, sort of good enough, by saying it's unreasonable to expect this level of traceability down to smallholders because it'll never be completely accurate. It's wasting a lot of resources that we could use for better practices. And what we want to see is to what extent certain regions are doing well or not, right? So we could also think about linking this type of traceability more to, for instance, jurisdictional approaches that have emerged. So this was sort of one of the innovations that happened quite late in the Palm case, that they're thinking about, let's use like regions or landscapes as sort of the locus of attention, and we can then also engage alongside other companies to try to improve practices in that particular landscape. The challenge, of course, of that type of approach, again, is twofold. On the one hand, in contrast to these voluntary measures where companies had some leeway to reinterpret what their pledge meant, this is legally binding regulation. So there would need to be a lot of footwork done at the European Union level to try to convince legislators to use that alternative type of interpretation of the legislation, which may be quite difficult. And even if that were possible, it does also introduce a wide range of collective action problems, right, in terms of the question, what happens if there's only very few producers that are deforesting? Does everybody get punished? What happens if there's deforestation that is not coming from the particular commodity in question, but from other types of activities like mining? How can we separate those two out? So although taking a little bit of a higher level approach may seem easier in practice, it raises other types of complications. The fourth scenario would be that companies come together and collaborate and see this legal compliance as a fully pre-competitive measure, right? So an idea that they're not going to compete on this. It's in everybody's best interest to come together to gather this information. They can divvy up the work of doing that, and also divvy up sort of how different companies may actually, reach out to farmers and support them in order to make sure that everybody's supply chains are clean of deforestation. So this happened in palm, specifically in companies that used palm oil derivatives, so cosmetics companies, for instance, that were so far removed from the ground that it was very difficult for them to even get information who they were sourcing from. And so they went through this an NGO that allowed them to pool data without being accused of being of colluding, and therefore increase their efficiency quite a bit. The challenge here is if, again, there's a sort of like a collective, possibly open source data platform, what happens to the data of the farmers, right? How can we ensure privacy? Can farmers still own the data? This is also an issue that that, of course, does not only apply to this pre-competitive measures, but also to companies individually collecting farmer-level data. Who is benefiting from that data, and how farmers can also benefit from it is like a huge question. It's still causing a lot of debate. And of course, if there's multiple actors that are all contributing, it may be a little bit more difficult to figure out who is finally responsible for the accuracy and how to divvy up this type of the type of additions that people are doing in a fair way. Finally, and we've seen this also in palm, of course, another scenario that we could imagine is the compliance at the lowest possible cost, and specifically on paper compliance rather than in practice compliance, and ways to try to get around regulations in a way that still allows for the right data points to show up alongside shipments, but that those data points may not necessarily be the ones that all of the coffee is coming from. So fudging this way in order to maintain the status quo, of course, also has challenges. Namely, I already mentioned the quite strict penalties in case this type of behavior is caught. Of course, it also creates reputational risks for companies, especially because we can expect that there's also going to be local NGOs and international NGOs that will follow up on companies' performance in producing countries as well. So where do we see it go now? Because we're still at such an early stage, I can only give you a couple of insights that come from these 58 interviews that I've done over the last summer. I'm hoping to do another round this summer to see how the landscape has changed since then. But this was the time when the legislation came into force. Companies realized they have 18 months to come into compliance, and that they have very little time and need to put in a lot of resources to achieve this task, right? This also, so the first thing that I would take away from these interviews is that this has created, to a large extent, a deforestation tunnel vision, where this regulation is the one that everybody now focuses on meeting. But as I told you in the first part of my presentations, there's many more focusing on forced labor, on child labor, on much broader human rights and environmental impacts that will be also, that some of which are already in force and some of which will be coming into force soon. So I would, first of all, make sure that people don't only focus on this one over others. Secondly, and this is maybe, this has been a tenor throughout sort of the talks that I've had with people. There was a big concern that even as the regulation was being passed, that was being specified on paper, there was still a big mismatch in what was expected of the sector and how the sector works in reality. So there was quite some confusion, some hesitancy, and also a realization that there were still some questions that were so unclear that companies were not sure whether they're following the right approach in the plans that they were making. So in that sense, what we saw happening in the first, I would say, 6 months has been a lot of overwhelm and a lot of sort of this idea of sticking the head in the sand, maybe not even thinking too much about it, because there is so many things that would need to happen, and the task is basically impossible to achieve. So there are some companies that are basically sort of just sitting back and seeing to what extent it will be feasible for anybody to achieve this in practice, and also expecting that maybe there will be some additional adjustments happening in due course as the legislators realize that this may be an impossible task. But at the same time, there have been a lot of initial intentions and initial ideas bandied around. And what we see so far is basically that there's a parallel track, a dual track system emerging that is sitting between the single company action and the collective action in terms of actually using it as taking it as a pre-competitive measure. And what is happening is that there are a lot of organizations, including the International Coffee Organization, but also the Global Coffee Platform, also other more national level organizations like the European Coffee Federation that have tried to engage, tried to figure out how could they provide frameworks for actors to come together, and what type of issues would that happen best, right? There was quite a lot of work done on just trying to figure out what types of data and how the data should look that would eventually be shared between individual actors to make sure that there's compatibility on that ground. But there's also now been talks of trying to create an integrated open source digital public infrastructure, in a sense that this would be sort of this open source platform that would also have a producer-facing app that producers could use to gather and upload data of the type that companies might need. This is still a work in progress, and what's been quite interesting is that a lot of actors are participating in this, or at least are sitting at the table, but at the same time may still be pursuing their own individual company efforts. And so to what extent they will eventually then also put money and resources into the pre-competitive platforms may be a little bit of a function of to what extent those individual efforts have worked well enough for them. There's large concerns over cheating, especially given the fact that companies are pointing out various places where you might interpret the legislation one way or another in terms of them having sort of the requirements of uploading the data individually, right? And sort of making sure that that data is correct. There's been a number of actors that have been pointing out that this might be an easy way to fudge compliance for actors that do not want to put in the resources of being extremely accurate. And it's going to be difficult for the regulators to check whether or not one particular data point or GPS point really correlates with that particular coffee bean or coffee shipment. So there's quite a large concern over this, and also a concern that if a large number of actors would move into that sort of comply on paper but not in practice perspective, it'll again create unfair competition for those who are trying to do it properly. And finally, two more concerns that were highlighted quite a bit is that this type of box ticking mindset has led companies to focus very much on sort of being compliant and sort of taking a little bit of a interest and engagement away from some more innovative approaches that they may have been pursuing before. The concern over compliance is understandable given these very high possible penalties. So I've also heard from actors saying that, especially for a trading organization, 4% of turnover could wipe out basically their entire profits in a year. That could make them non-viable in the long run. So here there is a strong concern with trying to make sure that everybody is in line, but that also creates concerns over one of the pathways that I was pointing out at the beginning, this idea that there are actors that are now focusing in on a specific, more advanced supply chain. It may leave out other types of actors, such as smallholders, because of this risk reward understanding that they would rather reduce the risk. The last thing that I will say is that there's also concerns that all of these measures are going to increase industry consolidation even more, and maybe most difficult for the smaller actors to understand and how to comply and to comply with it. So it might increase consolidation amongst roasters, amongst trading companies, and also amongst producers. So of course, we can't see into the future. What will happen remains to be seen. I, from my perspective, would encourage an inclusive, equitable, collaborative, and also far-sighted approach, especially given the fact that this will not be the only issue on the table over the next couple of years. And that's all from me. I'm really happy to see whether there's any questions in the audience and other types of concerns that may come up.
Thank you so much. Janina, that was great. Very comprehensive, as someone said in the chat. And yeah, don't worry, there are plenty of questions and also a bunch of comments in the chat. So I'm going to leave your slides up for just another second in case people want to note down your contact info, and then I'll take them down, and we can fill the whole screen with our faces while we talk. So I had a couple of questions for you that I wanted to put out there before getting into the questions from the audience. And one of those was just, I have seen you speak a couple of times on a couple of different sustainability related topics over the years. And I wondered how long you've been involved in researching, the legislative landscape, and especially this, deforestation regulation that has really accelerated the conversation that we're having kind of in industry circles about this. Has this been something you've been doing for a while, or is this, did you get into this more recently?
So I've basically just gone with the flow on what has been happening. So I've always been interested in sustainability governance of the coffee sector specifically, starting from my PhD. But what I focused on mostly then was private regulation via certification schemes. And again, these due diligence requirements. So I started working on this maybe a year and a half ago. I am a political scientist by training. So it's actually quite funny because I was always sort of at the edge of the discipline because there was so little happening in the public policy arena that I was studying how business made rules for the most part. And so it has been very interesting to see how now legislators have been trying to approach this. So it's still quite a new research agenda for me, but one that I want to pursue over the next couple of years in a lot more depth as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that leads me to something else I was thinking about while you were talking, which is, you alluded to, I think it was like an open source sort of resource on reporting, and reading the news this week about the COP28, or I think that's the right number. And some of the big news was about the agreement, reconciliation of reporting frameworks that have been separate. And I wondered if that's part of this shift from sustainability being voluntary to sustainability being legislated. Do you anticipate that we might see more of that reconciliation and less competition between frameworks in the future?
Absolutely, right? I think as legislators have now come on board, it's become more and more important for businesses to do exactly the right thing, report exactly the right number, and there's less wiggle room for them to argue that one or the other framework could be more suitable. And it's quite interesting. We see this in this negotiation over the deforestation regulation as well, that there are now some frameworks or some initiatives that are basically being left a little bit behind because the regulators wouldn't commit to them. So for instance, in the palm oil sector, they spent almost a decade to develop this high carbon stock concept that defined forests that needed to be remaining standing. And this legislation now uses the FAO's definition of a forest, meaning that they're incompatible, and many times legislators have, at least I've heard that they're perceived to be quite recalcitrant in terms of adding in sort of like industry advances, especially as if there is sort of an international organization standard that also exists.
Yeah. I know that like I said, there are a lot of sort of comments and a lot of people who have been paying attention to this for a while who have strong feelings about it, but we also have a couple of really practical questions that I want to make sure that we get a chance to ask you. One of them is about from Stefan, is who is allowed to certify the geographical coordinates of the coffee in a shipment? And he goes on to give an example. This person goes on to give an example saying, in a shared container from several co-ops with diverse group of smallholder coffee farmers / lots, who is in legislative legal terms responsible, accountable of providing the necessary information to comply with the legislation? Importer, trader, roaster, co-op, all?
Yeah. So the legal responsibility over the accuracy lies with what's in the EU's, like usually it lies specifically with what the EU calls the operator, which is the company that moves the item through customs. So most of the time that will be the trading company, but sometimes I've also heard of roasters that are actually, clearing customs. But in addition, companies that take and use this shipment further, for instance, roasters within the European Union, they also have a duty, but they will be able to sort of just link to whatever the first operator was specifying in their statement. So my understanding is that the broadest responsibility lies on that particular operator.
Yeah.
And so, of course, they will need to make sure that they're getting the most accurate information possible.
Yeah. That gets to another question that I think you kind of just answered, but I want to make sure that that we're clear on it. Christine asks, which coffees apply for this regulation? Is it like all coffee from the retail, like coffee shops, instant coffee? Like where's the sort of, what kind of coffee are we talking about?
Yeah, it is a great question because it applies first and foremost to green coffee that is being imported, but also so the legislation talks about commodities and then specific processed products from the commodity. And so roasted coffee is included in that appendix. Instant coffee is not. So that's been quite a concern for some people within the market that also see that there is now again, sort of like possible competitive implications of this if the instant coffees will not be subject to the same requirements as the rest.
Yeah. Another, I think, practical question that came up when you were talking about the publication here was so the publication or release is curated by who? That's a question from Vera.
Sorry, the publication of what?
Yeah, maybe I didn't note this down. I just copied the question. So maybe, Vera, if you're still watching and you can put in the chat, I'll make sure that I'm looking at both screens at the same time. Okay, one more practical question. Who is allowed to certify the geographical coordinates of a coffee in a shipment?
Yeah. As far as I understand, so these are like these small specificities that are still being debated. As far as I understand, there doesn't need to be a certification of the GPS point in question. What the operator needs to provide is the GPS point, and then that will then be used by the specific authorities. Of course, there is now a question on specifically like certified coffees themselves. It's been quite clear by the Commission that certification of the product doesn't provide like a green lane around this, but to some extent it might be useful. And it may be that in the future reiterations we see more specific guidelines around how to prove the veracity of that GPS point. I don't think that that's been decided yet.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for extrapolating or expanding a little bit on what you said earlier. One of the things that I was curious to hear your thoughts on, given that this is the Specialty Coffee Association and sort of specialty coffee audience is I have perceived, and I've heard this from, people kind of looking at specialty and wondering how involved specialty coffee is going to be in this, wondering whether or not specialty coffee roasters, say, or buyers who may have more traceability with some lots or most lots of coffee, are we involved enough in this? Are roasters are specialty roasters of all sizes, but maybe especially small roasters, paying enough attention, taking this seriously, or do you perceive that specialty is kind of expecting that this is not going to apply to our businesses as much because they're small, because we know the name of the producer? Is there sort of a disconnect there between our sense of how this applies to us and what the law is going to say we are accountable for?
Right. I mean, I'd love to turn the question back at you, right? But my sense is that there may be a sense of false security, right? That having direct trade, or as good as direct trade, of course, will be helpful, but there's still it's still useful to be up to date on those specific requirements, and make sure that what a particular company considers full traceability actually matches what the EU means when it says full traceability, right? Especially, again, what I think there's been quite a lot of concern in the coffee sector specifically is that many times companies will have full traceability to cooperatives, and they know the producers within those cooperatives, but that is still not enough in theory. So what I've heard people specifying, right, or saying is that, okay, we'll just map out all of the GPS points of all of the producers in that particular cooperative. So there would be oversupplying data, right? Let's say not every producer sold during this particular harvest period to the cooperative. There's some that are members but didn't sell this season. If you then sort of put all of those producers into the database that will be associated with that shipment, if you have a producer that did deforest, whose coffee wasn't actually in the shipment, you'll still be held liable because you said that was sort of the data that it's coming from, right? So there's also quite a fine line in terms of trying to make these types of requirements a little bit more feasible by over-reporting. But then, of course, if you're expanding it massively, you're also just increasing risk in that sense.
Yeah. From my perspective, everything you just said resonates with me. And my hope is, for people who are tuning in today and maybe not super familiar with this ahead of time, that the reminder to check or not to make those assumptions that the data you have is the data that you're going to be asked for, would be a really good starting point for that kind of awareness, and also to avoid falling into the deforestation tunnel vision, as you called it. I think that's that also resonates with how I've seen the energy around the conversation growing in this particular piece of legislation just massively over the past couple of years, while, as you said, there are a lot of really similar things happening that aren't specific to deforestation. A question that came up from Luis, he points out that one issue that comes to mind for public databases are the privacy issues for individual farmers. For some of them, this may imply security or other types of risks. Any thoughts on this?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that is a key concern, right? And there's big questions around how are we going to create that massive amount of data, and data that is really down to an individual producer, without sharing information that is firstly maybe not necessary to actually solve the problem, or that might be necessary, but it's just too private, it's too personal. There have been ideas around giving farmers particular identification numbers, for instance, that wouldn't necessarily correspond to their name. But of course, and the GPS point in and of itself has to be of the farm and not of the home. But still, I completely understand, and I would signal that this is an issue that needs to be thought through when these types of platforms are being developed. And I think it also speaks to a broader issue, right? That as companies are implementing this legislation, it has been a very top-down process, starting from the European Commission and legislators down to individual buyers, and now it's being pushed through again in very similar ways to like sustainability requirements that we've seen pushed through to others. And the challenge with creating, there are some initial attempts or conversations that I can recall that talk about, okay, we need to make sure that the farmers are owning this data. We need to make sure that there's a positive, like, active buy-in. That requires time to like develop these models. And my concern right now is that there's it's like a race to the finish line of like making sure that something exists that will provide compliance in a year's time. And depending on if then there are these alternative platforms that are, much more conscientious, but that have developed slower, it'll be a question mark to what extent they can then still keep up with maybe other types of approaches that different large industry actors have sort of converged on. We'll have to see, but I would definitely try to keep that on the top of the agenda.
Yeah, you mentioned this idea of, like an identification number. And over the past couple of years, I feel like I've seen a lot or listened to a lot of producing countries, like at the International Coffee Organization, at the national level, expressing a lot of frustration about, this legislation and how it was developed and introduced, the top-down nature of it. I wonder, though, because you're closer to it, whether at the subnational level, or maybe even an institution, are there any examples of, producing country, like whether institutions or cooperatives or that are developing these tools that might put a producer organization in the position to be one of those, like, I forget what you called them, but kind of a little bit more competitive or to use the information as an advantage or a positive attribute, as someone commented in the chat. Do you see any examples of that on the ground that, come to mind?
I mean, it's a good question whether there's like a lot of bottom up. So there is definitely sort of bottom up initiative. So I was recently at an event in Germany where there was a number of possible solutions being suggested. One came from the regional platform of the Global Coffee Platform. They said like these regional hubs. And so I think it was in Kenya where they were showcasing that they have a traceability system that at a national level they're trying to develop. To what extent that is like farmer forward or not, or whether it's the government taking responsibility, like, remains to be seen. There's also the GIZ, the German Development Cooperation. They've created an app that's called INA Trace, which initially, as I understand it, was basically just to be able to provide specialty coffee and specialty product producers the way to create sort of better traceability for their own purposes, to also have sort of like this, like the face of the farmer that is being presented to consumers. I think it's based on blockchain technology, and they have now put that forward as a potential solution as well. Here again, it would require a lot of collaboration between producers as well as their buyers to sort of make sure that everybody is adopting that, right? So yeah, again, there are sort of like these like seeds of innovation that exist. I haven't necessarily seen, there's now that platform that I mentioned that may be a little bit larger, but again, quite northern driven in that sense.
Yeah. Okay, I think we probably have time for just about one more question. And Cassie asked about this is a tough one, but again, trying to, get the practical stuff too, is the cost of compliance, maybe any examples from palm oil. that you might have. And I like this question because I do want to, take advantage, if we can, of the fact that you have studied a sector that has been through something, like what we're going through right now.
I mean, so like a cost of like $1 per ton of shipment, I can't necessarily give you that off the top of my head. What I have seen in Palm was that it was initially expected to be extremely expensive, and there are industries of scale if there are more and more actors that are sharing information and more actors that have been committing to the same thing. So in that sense, I do think that having a legislative requirement can be useful, right? Because it pushes everybody into the same boat in a sense, such that costs may be shared, especially if these types of pre-competitive measures would happen. Other than that, I will also say that
like how it's supposed to happen. I guess
this means we're out of time.
I guess this means we're out of time. Yeah.
Email me and I can give more information.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Janina. And now it'll be over to Andres and our next speaker.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Have a great rest of your day.
Its first private action in December of 2022. In her presentation, she will address some of the common questions about auctions that will be particularly useful to anyone considering this channel for coffee sales. For those that haven't met Janine yet, she's a strong advocate for women coffee farmers in Burundi and is committed to educating Burundi's people for the economic empowerment of self-sustaining coffee communities. She is also a current SCA board member and has been very involved in the SCA US chapter, though right now she is living in Berlin. Janine, great to have you, and yeah, really eager to hear more about your experience on private actions and to hear your presentation. Are you still there, Janine? let's see, we're trying to fix some technical issues that hopefully should be able to be solved anytime soon. Seems like we lost Janine and her connection. So we're trying to double check what's going on before resuming on this presentation. Sorry for this small glitch and inconvenience.
Andrew, can you hear me?
I can now.
Yeah, your controls are not allowing me to do anything on my computer.
It's so weird. But can you see now your presentation, Janine?
Yes, I can.
Well, so if you can,
Yep,
we're all
I'm
yours.
here. Okay. But can you see
Welcome.
me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, wonderful. Alrighty. I hope everybody can see me here because I cannot see myself on this end. So maybe some technical issues. So we apologize for all of this. I'm hoping to this one to be more of an interactive session for those who can hear us. And I'm going to start a little bit by presenting why we are doing what we did. In other words, why did we do this private auction? But I'm not able to move the slides. So apologies, folks. It looks like we are running into some little technical issues, but we'll be back with you in a second.
I can help you with that. I think that we are seeing
Yeah,
your
with
presentation,
you?
Janine. Don't
That'll
worry.
be great.
Yes.
That'll be great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, Andrea. So if you can go to the next slide, please. and which is also one of the reasons we want to do this private auction. Thank you. Now it looks like I'm live. A little bit of a background about the country that we did the private auction on. We did the private auction on specifically on the coffees of Burundi. As I had mentioned, it's a very small country the size of Maryland, about a population of 12 million. And about 85% of the people actually live in Burundi are farmers. And 51% of those are women. In the country, about half of them is very young, which is the age of 15, as you can see from the slide. So one day I just got up and I was just wondering, how could I possibly be able to bring more value to the women's coffee? Because we had a very big demand about women's coffee, and I figure there must be a way where we can actually be able to bring more value to Burundi, and especially women's, coffee that we were trading. And the reason is I'm always trying to figure out, how can we help our people? How can we try to change lives? And also, how can we be able to do it in a ways of maybe we can just like auction some of this coffee and be able to bring more money that we can actually be able to bring back to the farmers. So through that process, we decided to do an auction. But as I was speaking to the organizers of the auction, they end up by inviting us to actually bring more coffee than just like women's coffee, because people wanted to see more than just Burundi coffee. So through that whole process, we, as I had mentioned, we were trying to bring the visibility of our brand on the international market overall. We're trying also to determine the high scoring coffees through the process of elimination, which we were going through a process of where some high scoring coffees were identified. And also we're trying to figure out a way where we can broaden our partners around the globe. And specifically, we also were enjoying the very high level of the marketing that we've never done before. And as I had mentioned as well, one of the other, going factor on this was to figure out a way we can actually be able to bring more money for farmers by being able to dictate higher prices for these coffees. Next slide, please. So I'm not able to move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Well, when I'm waiting for the next slide to come up, I can maybe just explain some of the positive things that we learned about this auction, some of the challenges things also we learned about this auction. So this auction, in terms of like positive things that we learned about it, was the fact that we're able to actually team up with new members around the globe. In order to actually do an international auction at the level that we did, we actually were able to involve people from US, people from Europe, people from the Central American, and as well as Africa, to be able to conduct this auction. And
Hey all. unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties, as you all have figured out. So here we are, me and Andres, just trying to figure out how to troubleshoot for Janine so that she can.
In terms of trying to.
I guess we're back. We lost you again, Janine, briefly, or for long enough that Andres and I jumped into action, trying to.
Oh my gosh.
Trying
I
to
kept talking,
fill the
so-
time. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess we could go with where you were. You got the slides now. I'm going to hope for the best and back out.
All right. So it looks like you lost me and I'm back on stage. And then again, we're very much sorry about these technical difficulties that we are going through right now with this presentation. But hopefully when we are done with the presentation, the audience can come forward and we can start asking more questions one-to-one. That's going to make it more interactive and more fun. So speaking about the challenges that we experienced with this private auction, and also the opportunities that we were able to leverage with the private auction were the opportunities about getting the Burundi as an origin exposed to the global market, and also being able to utilize some of these opportunities about having the coffee on the international market. And it looks like you lost me. So here I'm going to actually just finishing up the pros, and then I'll come back to the challenges that we run into. But was really the ability to be able to have members from all around the world to be able to work together, and also to be able to create some very exciting marketing material that we're still able to leverage even today. And the ability to actually be able to do some cupping of our coffees, throughout the world, and getting the coffees to be exposed to different people in different part of the world as well. But at the same time, we're able to hold an international cupping on a global markets. In other words, we were able to have these coffees presented to different part of the world at the same time. And in terms of challenges that we run into, was just the fact that Burundi is still not known, despite all the efforts and the energy that we have been putting forward in terms of promoting the origin. It's still not much well known in terms of a place so people can actually get specialty coffee, despite its just absolutely distinguished, unique characteristics that you can actually get from Burundi coffees that doesn't even exist around the surrounding countries like Rwanda or the Congo, or even the Kenya. And the other challenges that I want to say that we run into was just the cost, just the undertaking of this private auction cost us way more than we had anticipated.
Sorry, all. Janine's computer was very compliant in rehearsal. I promise we do rehearse these things, and we do all the tests, and then we show up and things don't go our way. So last time when I started talking, it magically summoned Janine back from wherever this platform kicks her out to. So I'll hope that if I do that again, we might get lucky one more time and she can finish her slides. And then I'm looking forward to asking her some questions about her presentation. I know that, this conversation that we're having today evolved from a series of conversations that I've had with Janine over the course of the past year, since right after she did this first auction. It's a popular, subject of a lot of curiosity. So I'm hoping that we can get her back and ask her some of our questions. But if you'll continue to please stand by and go get some water. Even encourage you to check your email or something, just leave us open, leave our little platform open so that when she's back, you'll hear her voice and return to join us. We're going to try to resolve this behind the scenes if we can. So hold. Thank you. Hey, Janine, you're back.
What's going on?
I don't know, but I would suggest that, can we try it without the slides?
Yes.
Yeah.
So are you able to hear me and see me?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that if we eliminate one factor, then we're going to have an easier time having a conversation. And as you and I discussed in rehearsal, it's the conversation part that you were really most excited about anyway. The slides were just a context setting. So I think that we got most of certainly we got all the way through the pros, and we started to kind of get through maybe a little bit of the cons. But maybe you and I can just kind of chat about this more informally from here on out. Does that sound okay?
That sounds great.
Okay.
I'm here.
Fingers crossed. Thumbs held.
I can't see myself. So this is kind of strange. I can see both of you, but is it normal? Is that we're supposed to be?
No, it's not normal, but it's okay. You know, this will keep you from being tempted to stare at your own face, which I have to remind myself not to do when I'm on these sorts of calls.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So if it's okay, I'll just start asking questions, and then Andreas, if you can pull questions from the chat in, that would be great. So one of the things that I was wondering about was whether or not you found a lot of new buyers through this auction, people who were excited about working with you because of the auction. And if you did find some new buyers, whether they have, kind of stayed in touch as clients who are now looking to purchase through more traditional channels.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we did find some new buyers, through the private auction. New buyers actually in markets where we would not expect to find them. And then some of the buyers that came through the auction, are still continuing interacting and exchanging and actually reaching out to us to buy more of our coffees. And then there are some buyers who actually just want to do auctions. So there are actually some buyers that's how they buy coffee, and that's how they only want to continue buying coffees through the auction.
Yeah. Do you think that we'll see more auctions in the coming years? We have this topic here because I know it's an interesting one to many people in the audience, but I'm wondering if you sort of have been approached outside of this over the course of the past year, or you've been in conversation with producers who have expressed that they would like to do this.
Here you are.
Yeah. Did you hear my question?
No, I did not.
Okay.
You froze.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yes.
Well, I probably wasn't very concise anyway, so I'll try to rephrase it in a more concise way this time. Do you anticipate that we'll see more private auctions in the coming years? Is this something that you see growing in interest as a channel for coffee sales?
Absolutely. I think private auctions are definitely a way to differentiate, and also the way to reach out different markets. It's an expensive marketing endeavor, I might say. But in the long run, if you look like any marketing investment, if you look at this in the long run, I think that it's worthwhile, because you can exchange with certain clientele in certain market, as I had mentioned earlier, who actually are not interested to buy anything else other than the auction coffees. So because of that very specific need, and also niche of individuals who only want to buy unique coffees, and they also want to be the only one who owns those coffee and no one else, I think that the private auction is a channel to be able to provide those uniqueness to a very specific.
Yeah. I think I'm afraid that we might have lost the last word of your presentation. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? No, I'm guessing you can't. Okay. Let me see. Janine, are you with us? Okay, we can see you now and we can't hear you.
It seems like she can hear us either.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to try to figure this out, like I said before. Okay.
Thank you all for your patience. We're trying to make some arrangement here. We don't know exactly what is happening, but we try to quickly check what is going on before resuming on the agenda for the Green Coffee Summit 2023. Thanks for your patience.
All right. Hello again, everyone. Thank you so much for bearing with us with the technical difficulties we've been experiencing. And thank you to Janine for repeated attempts to join us and then for pivoting and answering questions in the chat. I hope that some of you who came to see Janine present were able to get some questions answered, even if it was just in text form. And we will plan to record Janine's talk and the conversation that she and I were going to have on a different platform sometime in the next couple of weeks, and we will upload that to the Green Coffee Summit resource library, where you'll be able to find recordings of all of these talks, of course, but we'll prioritize that one. So this brings us to the final session of this 2023 Green Coffee Summit. And we're going to end with a presentation that speaks to one of the most frequently asked questions that we get about the coffee value assessment. And that is, how can this be used in contracts? So Sarian Berry is going to shed light on the usefulness of the coffee value assessment to a trader working with a variety of different clients whose coffee specifications and communication styles vary pretty widely. So Sarian is a global quality assurance manager at Triboca, a green specialty coffee importer. Her team is responsible for all coffee analyses, and she also manages certifications and Triboca's sustainability efforts. So welcome, Sarian.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here. Yeah, thank you for having me. And yeah, excited to start.
Yeah, our pleasure. Let's see if we can get your slides pulled up. All right, here we are.
Perfect. Well, let me then jump right off and start with thanking everybody for being here today and listening to me and closing off. That's a special treat. Discussing the CVA and the coffee trading industry. First, a little bit more about myself. I've been working in coffee since 2005, so it's been a while. And started as a barista, but now I work as the global quality manager at Triboca. And we're a trading company based in the Netherlands. We're specialized in Ethiopian coffees and certified coffees. We have a small team around the world of 30 people, of which 7 work in the quality department. And our main responsibilities are food safety, food and sustainability regulations, certification standards, as well as the evaluation of green coffee beans, of course. So the green grading, any classifications, sensory evaluation. So that's really what we do as a quality team. And today I'm here to give more of a practical insight into the CVA, or the coffee value assessment that the SCA developed, and how a trading company such as ourselves can use this sensory evaluation in our business, and how we use a sensory profile, where a profile, of course, and a flavor is so personal. How do we use those evaluations? There will also be a Menti poll in this presentation, just to give you a heads up to get your phones ready or your extra tab in your browser ready for a poll. So that we'll have that definitely ready to go. So talking about why sensory evaluation is so important for a trading company. We really see ourselves as a trading company as a bridge or a facilitator, right? We work with roasters all over the world. We work with producers all over the world. And what we do is we bridge that, and we try to facilitate transport, of course, and sales. But a large part of what we do is insurance. We try to link the roaster to the right producer and the other way around, and to get everyone the product that they need at the quality that they need it. So for us, it's super important to be able to filter not on extrinsic needs only, like what origin, what price, of course, is essential. If there's a certification linked, if it needs to adhere to certain regulation. For example, if we're working with a roaster in Korea, might have a completely different set of regulations required than to the EU or to the US. So meeting that. processing, specific moisture requirements, etc. But a large part is also, of course, to find the coffee that sensorically fits with what the roaster is looking for, and the expectation that they have, and the need that they're trying to fill in the roastery or their cafe. So that means that sensory analysis is a very large part of every coffee that we buy. We do sensory analysis throughout the chain of the delivery. So usually we start with tasting samples from the farm before they're processed. So we get them in stock lots in our offices in Ethiopia, and then those are evaluated. We get the first profile sketch, and then we also always taste it as a pre-shipment, and we often taste it on arrival as well, especially if it's long position, but also if it goes then directly to a customer, we test the arrival as well. And the reason that we do this is that we don't just want to find the right coffee for the roaster, but we want to make sure that we actually deliver what we promise. So also sensory analysis over time and comparing the evaluation throughout the supply chain is very important to us. Currently, what we do is we use an updated version of the SCA form, or the form that you also know from Q grading, for example. As you see here, it's similar to the SCA form. It has the 6 to 10, but you do see, of course, that we've customized the form slightly already, moving it actually a little bit closer to the CVA form as it currently stands. And that is because we wanted to see the intensity levels. We added some general notes, which we did about 5 years ago, because we really missed that already in our process. And I'll explain a little bit more why that is. But generally speaking, as you can see, it's the 6 to 10, making it very specialty coffee focused. And that results in a score from, well, let's say for specialty 80 to 100. And then there's one section for notes on how the coffee tastes. Everything that we then cup, we digitalize. So we put it in our sample database, where we store the scores. We put the scores per attribute. We have a note section. So everything that we write in the note section that you see here goes into the sample database. And then we note, of course, any uniformity or defect issues. And this database is then used to find the correct coffee for the customer, provide feedback to the supplier, of course, the producer, which is also essential, but also check how the coffee changes over time. So that's what we currently use. Now, why is that perhaps not enough, and why are we moving towards this CVA internally? We have this system. And we're implementing the CVA mostly because we see the added value. As you saw in the last slide, we already updated a few years ago our assessment to include more descriptive aspects and intensity levels, because we found that it's easier to communicate to the supplier and the producer and the customer, the roaster, but it's also easier to filter on profile and see the changes over time. The benefits of the form is that it's not just specialty focused. It can also work with more commercial grades, and even Cascara really is something that we've been trying to do on the form as well. And that is some of the business that we do as well. So having room to really be able to evaluate those types of grades has been really, really useful for us. But more than that, it really helps us find the correct coffee. To give an example, the roaster might come to us and they communicate with us what they want. So they might say, I want an Ethiopian coffee. It needs to be fair trade and organic. I have a specific price wish. It needs to be a specific grade, so grade 1, grade 2, and I want a natural process. And it needs to score 86 plus. Well, then we find those extrinsic matches, and we find the producer for the region, the grade, of course, the supplier that offers these certifications. And then we start to look to, okay, so 86, great. And that can sometimes end up on the contract. Often you hear trade is based on scores, and often it isn't. Sometimes, yes, we have contracts with scores on them, but often we don't. And the reason for that is 86. What does that mean if you have that on the contract and you have, even if it's not on a contract, but just communicated, a roaster saying, I want an 86 coffee, or Tribeca saying that to a supplier, the coffee needs to score 86. What expectation are you really trying to meet when you hear that score? What is an 86 scoring coffee? What is an 86 for us? What's an 86 for the roaster? What's an 86 for the supplier who's offering the sample? That might be really different. I've been in cupping rooms where, the scores differ from 82 to 90, specifically more so for coffees that are more controversial, so that are super boozy or are anaerobically processed. But even just for washed coffees, sometimes you see these huge gaps. Additionally, you also have the question, what is the customer expectation when they say, I want an Ethiopian coffee? Which needs to score 86. What does that even mean? And how does that work? Like, what are we actually going to offer this roaster? So yes, contracts sometimes include an SCA score, but many don't. And the reason for that as well is that the coffee industry is a sample-based business. Most contracts in the end, even if they include a score, will always say, we'll buy this batch or we'll buy this volume from you pending sample approval, which means you need to send a sample, and that sample then finalizes the okay of the contract. Sending samples costs a lot of time, a lot of custom duties. It costs a lot of money in general. And sending samples can also delay a shipment or an approval of a contract as well. Specifically, if you don't send the sample that matches the need, right? So if you have one contract and you need to send not one sample for approval, but you need to send 2, 3, 5, 10, it gets very, very expensive very quickly. And additionally, you're asking someone to cup all of these, roast all of these, evaluate all of these. And you don't really want to waste people's time. You want to give them the coffee that they want quickly, and be efficient. So you always want to send a sample that fits. That's what you're really looking for. And that brings us to the first question. And I think you should have a link to the Menti in the comments, as well as the Menti code. And the question is, what profile would you choose if a roaster would come to you based on the following description? Natural Ethiopia 86 plus. That's what we have. Then we have 3 profiles. These are the coffees that we tasted. One was medium sweet in acidity, thin, silky in body, and the flavor notes were cherry, winey, and vanilla. The second, medium lemon acidity, medium body, notes of cardamom, lime, and hibiscus. And the third was high lemon acidity, full body, tropical fruit, stone fruit, and brown spice. So the question is, for you, based on these descriptions, which one for you would be like, yes, that is what I would pick if I'm looking for a natural Ethiopia 86 plus? And then we'll give you some time to score, choose, and see what you think you would choose. And this is something really that we do as a trading company on a daily basis. This is what our team does. Someone comes in, says, this is what I want. we go through our system and say, this might be a good match. First ones are in. Oof, 30, 30, 30. Well, it seemed like the first one was going to win, but now it's changing again. I think what you see here already, well, we still see some votes coming in. It's not that easy. And opinions do differ. And then what do you do? Do you send all three? Do you send one? What do you do? And that's really where we run into those questions. As Trabuca, we sell coffee across the globe. And we see that preferences differ as well, not just within regions, but within people. And the problem is we would love to calibrate with everybody, but we simply can't. That's just an impossible question to do. There's too many people, and if we calibrate to the one, we calibrate against the other. So we cannot calibrate with everybody, right? So what we need is descriptive agreements and good communication on what a roaster needs and what are they looking for. Are they looking for winey? Are they looking for tropical fruit? Do they want high acidity? Do they want low acidity? That's what we need to know. And whether that is put into a contract, or sometimes it's put into a product specification that we receive, or it's just a customer profile where they just say, hey, in my email, normally this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, it needs to be natural, it needs to be Ethiopia, it needs to be this price, it needs to be certified to some extent, but I want this type of acidity, this type of flavor profile. And that way we really know what their expectations are, and we can make a much more educated assessment of their needs and find the right sample for them. So going to this overview, in the middle you see all the things we already discussed, right? We have organic fair trade, Ethiopia, certain price point, grade needs to be natural. The grade is mentioned like grade 1, 2, 3. It's there. It needs to be around 86 plus, but additionally, we get a flavor profile. We have, it needs to be a medium sweet acidity. We want a medium body. It needs to have some florals. If we're talking about a scale up to 5, it needs to be 4 out of 5 floral. And we want it to be clean. It's a natural, but we want it to be clean, not boozy, not alcoholic. That's not what we want. So with this profile, we can do much, much more. And sometimes, as I said, this goes into the contract. Sometimes it's just a product specification where we hear from our customers, hey, this is what we're looking for. This is what we'll assess the coffee for. This is what goes into the blend. That's the blend component that we're looking for. If we don't receive that, sometimes we receive samples of their coffees. And then we do our own assessment of those coffees and say, okay, so this is the profile. This is how we classify it. And we make that profile for them and we store that. So that also happens sometimes. And what is great, going back to the CBA, is that this form allows much more to create these types of profiles. As you see, every attribute has an intensity level, which is very, very helpful. And it's very easy to filter in that sense. There's a note field for every attribute. There's descriptors for every attribute. And you can really categorize it into main categories, whether that is just intensity level, low, medium, high, or if that's a specific flavor profile or a main taste. We can really see what this coffee is and create a real profile. What is the acidity of this coffee like? What is the general flavor profile like? What's the sweetness like? What's the mouthfeel like? We can really see per attribute what is going on and how this coffee is experienced. Is this form perfect? No, of course it isn't. And I don't think it necessarily has to be. For example, you're limited to the boxes that you see. For us, as Traboka, because we work with mostly Ethiopian coffees, for us it would be very useful to have a fruit box that says stone fruit, or black tea, or bergamot. These are flavors that we use a lot, so it would be useful for us to have that box. But as I showed you, usually we already adjusted the old SCA form to be a little bit more to what we need. And that's what we're planning to do with this form as well. Like if we need a box, if we don't need a box in our system, we can change that. But this structure has really helped us think about how do we create a database and how do we ensure that we have a system and an attribute and a note on every attribute that we can filter on and make it easier to find the coffee that we need. And additionally, it's really nice to have this general flavor profile as well. And it's clear as to what flavors that we find in which general category they live by how the form is created. So that has been really useful. Going back to the same question, showing you why it is useful, going back to the Menti, what profile would you choose based on the following description? The roaster ones, medium sweet acidity, medium body, florals 4 out of 5, needs to be clean, not boozy. Descriptors are the same. Sample 1, medium sweet acidity, thin silky body, cherry, winey, vanilla. The second, medium lemon acidity, medium body, cardamom, lime, and hibiscus. And the third, high lemon acidity, full body, tropical fruit, stone fruit, and brown spice. If you're looking to meet this need, what would you choose? Maybe a few more will still come in, but we already see quite a difference from the last poll, where the second option was not as popular. Now it's getting up there. Still a few options for coffee sample number 1. But we see a clear change here, which is great. Because indeed, this is what you would expect, right? They're looking for medium acidity, which this sample is, medium body, which this coffee is, and then they want florals, and we have hibiscus, and then cardamom, although it's a spice, is a very floral spice. So it makes a lot of sense to send sample number 2 and see if that is what they're looking for. Additionally, the other 2 might fall off the scale. I see 3 indeed falls, right? It has 1 vote, but it has a high lemon acidity, full body, so that's already 2 no's. And then there's no florals in the descriptors, so that's just a hard no. The first one, it does have a sweet acidity, so it might be interesting. It's more thin, silky than medium, but sometimes with roast, you can help the acidity, the body along, right? No florals necessarily in the descriptors, and additionally, it's winey. And then that brings us a little bit to calibration on words and descriptors as well. As you can see, yes, sample 2, definitely that would be the one that I choose to send, and where we have the highest chance of matching what the roaster needs. But some might still classify the first one as a good match based on the acidity and the description of silky in the body. And it doesn't really match for me because it says winey. And within Trabuco, winey is often also used for more boozy coffees. And it kind of depends if you classify winey as a descriptor as boozy, yes or no. If you would send this, if you would take the risk and see if the customer feels the same, that winey is already boozy or not. And that's, I think, also why there's a lot of strength in the CVA form, because you have these general profiles where you can say, okay, I think this is winey, but then in what boxes am I putting this? Is that going to be fruity, or am I going to put it into the box of fermenty or alcoholic? And then if we go back to the presentation, not everybody is calibrated on scoring, of course, which we all know, but also not everybody is calibrated on descriptors. And that goes to the next slide. Yes. Calibration on descriptors is also really important. If I look at these 2 descriptors, kefir, lime, mango, guava, and the other one, bergamot, stone fruit, and guava, these are descriptors that I took from a coffee that we evaluated. It's the same coffee, just a different panel member within one sensory panel team. And what's great about the open fields is that it gives room for personal flavor preferences, using your own flavor memory to fill in what this coffee tastes like, which is super, super valuable. And especially as a trading company that sells coffee from all over to roasters all over the world, it can be very, very useful to use different references for the same thing, because my palate and my memory is different as a European to a palate of someone living in Asia or in the US or in Africa. So having different references can be super, super useful. The problem is, if I'm looking at how the coffee changes from stock lot from the farm to the pre-shipment to the arrival, as it ages, as it's in the warehouse, and my notes say bergamot, stone fruit, and guava, and then the next time we're cupping it, it's going to say kefir, lime, mango, and guava. The question is, okay, is this a match, yes or no? And then that becomes a little bit hard. I want to be able to go on vacation sometimes, and my team members the same. So we need to agree and understand and calibrate on these descriptors to make the evaluation over time and the comparison between the different times easier. So really you want to have both, right? You want to have the open fields where you can really describe the coffee as you experience it and see if you can use those words to communicate to a roaster, to a supplier, what you experienced. But you also want to know if you mean the same thing within your panel. And I know because we talked about this and we used the form and we talked about, okay, so we have these notes, in what general profile would you put it? I know that Kefir Lime and Bergamo mean the same thing. We're expressing the same flavor and just giving it a different note. So what note do you choose? Or how do you really work on that? And having that form there and having those general boxes there really ensures that you can make it easier as well to calibrate on what you're experiencing and opening up that avenue of discussion to say, is this the same thing that we're tasting, but putting a different word on? Are the flavors close together or are they far apart? And that's, I think, also why so many cupping rooms have this flavor wheel on the wall. If you look at it, you can see some flavors are very close together and others are further apart. And that all goes back right to the funnel, to the center of the flavor wheel, to the wheel, and to see what general profile are we talking about. So if I hear this fruit and I'm giving that fruit, are we still in the same category or are you somewhere else? If I'm evaluating this coffee on arrival, is it within the same category or is it a completely different category compared to the pre-shipment that we received? And it's been really, really good to use these more generic profiles to make that assessment easier. And that doesn't mean that a score isn't useful, right? And so the CVA still has the ability and does offer the room to give the coffee a score from 0 to 100. And we will at Tribeca also continue to do that because also that is super useful. And it gives us a very generic profile, or not a profile, a very generic filter, whether the coffee is not very good, it's okay, it's good, or oh my God, this is an amazing coffee. And we do know when someone comes to us and say, okay, I want an amazing coffee, it's not going to be a coffee that I score a meh, right? So it's not going to be the little meh face in the middle saying, it's not good, it's not bad, it's fine. And I need to be more on the very happy face side. And that's what is also really, really useful. But as you already saw on the poll as well, you need to have some streamlined descriptors and you need to have some intensity levels to be able to bridge the gap that we all have in personal preferences and flavor profiles. And I think the CVA has definitely helped us at Tribeca to think how we can best address this and build this into our sample management system. And that's the practical side of the CVA form that I wanted to share with you today. So I already want to thank you for listening and filling in the poll. And yeah, that's my part. Ready for the questions.
Thank you so much. That was great. I saw a lot of appreciation, especially for how you broke down the, the example of the customer giving guidance and how you try to meet that expectation that they have. That's a real challenge from your, business life. And it's something that, many cuppers can think about or imagine in the more abstract sense about like naming descriptors. I think there's sometimes the desire to get things right, which I totally understand. People want to get it right, but this really helped to sort of see how a few descriptors can make it a lot more clear what the right answer is for that customer. And to your point, make your investment in the cost of the sample more likely to result in a sale, which is also, that's the point.
As a trader, that's what you want, right? And as a producer as well. And you don't want to waste anybody's time with samples that are just costing them a lot of time to assess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had a question that's sort of related to that, which is about this idea of calibration or alignment within a supply chain, because that's something that I have, I've been asked about and talked about a lot over the course of the past year in particular, thinking about where is it really practical to get people, thinking along the same lines when it comes to scoring. And you gave an example of, calibrating around descriptors with some of your fellow cuppers. But I wonder, how common is it in your experience to have really good alignment all the way along a supply chain? So your suppliers from Triboka, also your customers. Is that sort of a realistic thing to try to get people to invest more time and energy in?
I think so. It depends on what level you are trying to do it, right? If you're talking about very specific, very high level, very detailed flavor descriptors, it's always going to be more difficult, unless it's super obvious, like it's cinnamon, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in the world knows cinnamon and they can that's it. Whereas if you're going very more specific, and even if you're not going that specific to certain fruit types, like a mango here in the Netherlands is just going to taste completely different than anywhere where it actually grows in the gardens where you live. So that will always be harder to calibrate on, but you can calibrate on, this is like soft tropical fruit. Everybody sort of agrees with that. Or if you say, okay, it's an obvious one is, of course, chocolate, dark chocolate, milk chocolate. Like there's certain categories where you can say, okay. And I think that's also where the CVA form helps with the boxes, the kata boxes, and only marking what applies. It also helps you to think about, okay, I taste this array of flavor, but what's the essential profile? And I do see that is something that you can calibrate on, where you say, okay, choose 3, which are the top 3, choose 5, which are the top 5. And if they are giving something specific, okay, so what if I go one step down in the flavor profile or in the flavor wheel, what category are we talking about? And then you usually find that you're not that far apart.
And then what about scoring? Because I imagine that that you have certain customers that score higher and certain customers that score lower, not just your customers. We know this about cuppers generally. Some people just score higher and some people score lower. Is that something where you imagine it might make sense for even some of your suppliers to start to sort of recognize those differences in scoring ranges of different cuppers? Or do you not really see that as important for your suppliers to know?
I think it is probably important. We, as a trading company in Europe, where we import coffees from all over the world, we're spoiled, right? We get to taste all these very different coffees, and it's much easier for us to put a coffee on a scale from 0 to 100. I've also worked with suppliers in different origins where all they taste is their own origin. Right. And naturally, that makes sense. You change your calibration. So where for me, it will all be scoring, everything that they send me is scoring 84 to 86, and there's not really much going on there. They're saying, yeah, but no, this is like 81 to 87. Like, nah, it's not.
Yeah.
And that makes sense because that's the experience that they have. So having the ability to see how those scores work, but also really thinking about, okay, they're looking for something that's really, really nice, is much easier to communicate. Okay, I'll send my really, really nice coffee, rather than, yeah, here's a score. That doesn't always translate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that example that you gave of, an 81 to 87 range, when you're tasting, like when those are the coffees that you're tasting, then confining them to a narrow band doesn't necessarily make any sense unless you know that that's the particular score that the buyer is going to give it. And in that case, it's really good to know what they would assign an 84 and what they would assign an 86. And if they would assign one of your coffees an 87, you know, so much the better.
Exactly. So you
but
can
yeah.
really say, hey, we're scoring this coffee around 84, and this is the descriptor that meets for us that
Right.
profile score.
Yeah.
And that really makes it easier to link those two together.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a question from Greg asking, from a practical standpoint, will you ask customers to share this information? I presume that's like information about the profile, more descriptive profile they're looking for. Or will you ask customers to fill out assessments when they request samples?
We're nowhere near asking customers to fill in an assessment. I don't think, it's what the customer wants to share. That's what we work with. But we do generally ask, even if it's just in an email, like, hey, what are you looking for? And the more specific a roaster can be, the better we can help them. And if it's a bit more vague, yeah, we'll send more samples. I mean, I say it's expensive and, ideally we want to send you one that fits. But if it's like, yeah, we're just looking for something nice, because that also happens, right? Some roasters might not have a very specific profile in mind, or just saying, oh, I want something new, something different this season. Send me something that's nice. Of course, that will remain possible. So it's, it's a service industry in that sense.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you brought up when you and I were talking about this, presentation a few weeks ago was how the, if I got this right, like the sales team that you work with, how they use the descriptive profile. Can you talk about that a little bit? Because I think that, for people who are not in the importing business, that like some of the ways in which the cuppers work with the sales team to actually get the coffee to the roasters. It would be interesting to hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so our sales team, they often join our panel as well, and they cup the coffees as well, so that they get a bit of an idea of what the coffee tastes like. But in general, what they do is they use, because we get so many samples, we get like over 4,000 samples a year. So memorizing all of those is never going to happen. So what you do is we have a sample database, and everything is in the sample database. And what the sales team does is, okay, I have a customer who says, I'm looking for this specific note, or they're saying, I'm looking for a classic Brazil, or I'm looking for, like, there gives certain input of what they're looking for. And then it's just looking through the sample database of coffees that are still available and what then comes closest to what they describe. And then maybe throw in one or two that are borderline, where you're like, but maybe that might be good too. So that is really how they work. And that's exactly why being able to filter more specifically becomes so interesting. Because if it's just one big amount of text, and sometimes, especially if you're cupping with the SCA form, the older version, there's one field. So some cuppers, they write whole essays of what the coffee tastes like, and others write nothing really, maybe one like nice or good coffee or balanced, and that's it. And that's what you're working with. So what we always ensure is that we always write the intensities. We write a few notes so that we know, okay, this is something that we can filter on and make it easy for trade to find the sample that they're looking for.
Yeah, so I can imagine that, like with that example of the person requesting the kind of classic Brazil, that as opposed to the salesperson who, maybe doesn't have a lot of experience cupping Brazilian coffees, would go through the entire database of all the Brazilian coffees to be able to filter for, like, okay, which ones are nutty, or which ones exactly. And then at least narrow it down so that it's that you're focusing on those and not,
Yep.
Or
it goes to quality, right?
Yeah.
It goes to us and say, okay, we're looking for a classic Brazil. What should I offer them?
Mm-hmm.
But of course, if it's a bit broader, you try to get there together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have another follow-up question from Greg. I'm so glad that this got asked, because this is another one that I've been asked, and I really know my experience, but not the experience of others, is does using this approach, parentheses, CVA/descriptive cupping, slow you down at all? Or is it pretty similar to what you and your team were doing before with the conventional or old cupping form?
Yeah, so I think in one sense, as I showed, a lot of the form, we already changed a little bit, and we added more intensity levels to the form that we used. It is different. So it's not a form that we are just jumping onto and say, okay, let's go. This is a new form. We'll start tomorrow. Because you do need to get used to it. You do need to calibrate, take your time. Nothing has to happen tomorrow. So what we've really been doing is just practicing and getting to understand the form, seeing how it's different. And then, of course, you know, most of us have been cuppers for such a long time. We've cupped a lot of coffee, so we fill in the form. You know, the first few times we filled in the form, we calculated the score and we're like, oh, no, no, that doesn't make sense. So you need to recalibrate yourself to a new form, which is normal, right? Every change takes time. I have noticed now that, you know, the more you use it, the easier it becomes. And the more quickly you flow through the form. I also think, and that's more of a company specific, that everybody for themselves will need to think about. If they don't like a certain layout, change it, right? Yeah. It's just a form. And if you want to move a box, if you want to, right now, I think the evaluation form, it's 1 coffee per A4. If you're doing that on paper and not a digital app, that's a lot of paper to manage. Is how can you put 3 on a form? Like, think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that brought me to another question that I wanted to ask you about, because another thing that comes up frequently in conversations about the coffee value assessment is, you know, from people who have gotten training on cupping. Usually people get training using, you know, the SCA form from 2004, maybe the Cup of Excellence form. But in practice, I know that there are dozens, hundreds, I don't know how many derivative forms, you know, sort of adaptations that companies make to suit their needs. Do you see a lot of customers developing their own forms? And, you know, does that proliferation of forms change what you do in trying to find coffee to meet their needs?
I do see a lot of customers creating their own evaluation, and sometimes it's a forum, sometimes it's very minimal. Especially the larger companies that we work with have their very own specific way of evaluating coffees. It doesn't really change what we do, because if we're just looking at, okay, we have an N score, so we kind of know where this coffee falls in a scale from 0 to 100 of coffee. And we have intensity levels on the attributes, because we don't really see any other attributes that people use. Sometimes they might use bitter as an attribute. That's the only one that I sometimes see additional to what's on the CVA or the old SCA form. Normally, it's always acidity, it's flavor, body, and sometimes it's sweetness. So it's always the same attributes, just in a different format, sometimes in a different scale. But, you know, if it's like, for example, the one we had today, floral 4 to 5, that's not on the SCA form, that's not on the CVA form. But we do have boxes for floral, and floral, if that comes back as a descriptor and it's a strong descriptor, or if it's in the general profile, yes, that's the main profile, send it. We don't really need to evaluate the coffee floral scale 1 to 5. Where is it? Is not something we've seen as being necessary.
Yeah, like that level of detail isn't necessarily something that translates. I also wanted to follow up on what you said about the paper form versus the digital form. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it is. It's a lot of paper.
It's a lot of
And I wondered, because you mentioned that you all have a database at Traboka that you built. And I wonder, you know, what you see also, just sort of your perception, not speaking for all the traders out there, on the kind of digital transition or the digitalization of cupping data in your coffee suppliers. You know, to what degree are different producer organizations and exporters also using, you know, databases, either yours or, and how much cupping is happening on paper forms among your suppliers?
Good question. I don't know. We do get, it depends a bit on the supply chain. They don't use ours. That's like the easy answer to give. But yeah, sometimes we do get analyses reports that includes score, and sometimes that would include descriptors as well. So we do see that they use usually an SCA type of form to evaluate the coffees. So yeah, we do see that. What I've seen when visiting is that it's mostly paper-based.
Yeah, that had been my assumption, but you know, the pace of technology and how things are changing, I also wouldn't have been surprised if there had been a lot of advancement, and I'm sure in some places that's probably the case in the few years since I've been, you know, paying as close attention as I used to.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it changes within the next few years to be more digital, but currently there's still quite some paperwork. Yeah.
I had a question here that is kind of specific to Traboka. I think someone's just interested in learning a little bit more about your business model. So Tom asked, do you fill demand alone, or does Traboka also promote beans, and then in parentheses, profiles, to roasters?
Depending on what you mean, I'm trying to interpret the question. We only sell traceable coffee, so we don't blend anything ourselves. So it's not like we say, hey, this is a specific flavor profile that you can buy from us. That being said, of course, we work with some suppliers that have a very steady flavor profile that every year tastes the same. So if it's like, yes, that's the flavor profile that I like, we can be like, great, we have someone who can deliver that every single year. So in that sense, yes, right? Because we're selling this Ethiopian coffee that always tastes of stone fruit florals and orange. And it's the same every year. And that's how we sell it. But we don't create flavor profiles and then find coffees to meet that.
Yeah. That's sort of related to what's probably going to be our last question. Camila asks, do you share profile/flavor requests, presumably that you get from your customers, with your suppliers, or do you just receive samples and see which of those you can use for each specific requirement? So
that also depends. So we have suppliers that we work with for 20 years. So it's a supply chain that we also actively promote towards roasters because we believe in the quality that these suppliers deliver. And then it's in that sense, yes, that's just something that we sell and that's there. And sometimes if we have a customer who has a specific profile that we don't see or that we're going to have to actively search for, yes, we share with the suppliers, hey, this is what we're looking for. We haven't seen that around. Is that something you can offer? So it depends a little bit, but and it depends, of course, on the roaster. Some roasters are very careful and say, no, this is really like our information that you cannot share. So then we cannot share it, at least not as they are sharing it.
Yeah.
So that depends a little bit. So if we get a product specification, we might not share that product specification, but we'll share like, hey, this is what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Is that what you can offer this year?
Yeah.
Some suppliers send us samples and then we always buy it and we find the roaster for them. Sometimes we actively ask for specific profiles from suppliers. Both happen.
Yeah. That's really interesting, and brought up something that I hadn't thought much about, which is that roasters might not want to be associated with a particular profile. I mean, to me, that feels like it'd be great, like easier. The more people know, the better they're going to be able to fulfill your or meet your expectations. But so
product
something to think
specification
about.
can be private.
Yeah, sure. Well, Sarian, thank you so much for joining us today. That was a really interesting presentation, super practical. I think people will have learned a lot, especially if they're not in the coffee trade themselves, about some of the really kind of fundamental activities that happen to make it possible for coffee to get from producers to roasters and from there on to consumers.
Thank you. It was great to be here.
Yeah.
And I hope everybody enjoyed the past 2 days and watch back what they missed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the next thing on my list is I've got to close this whole event. So, okay. Well, thank you to everyone. Thank you to Sarian. This wraps up the 2023 Green Coffee Summit here. I'll give a big round of virtual applause to all of our presenters and our panelists, as well as my co-host, Andres Montenegro, our sustainability director, and all the staff members who helped put this whole event together and run it. We are operating online across the world, and it really does take a team effort to pull something like this off. So I also want to give a final shout out and thanks to our sponsors, title sponsor Barista Attitude, and supporting sponsors BWT Water and More and Caravella Coffee. We're really grateful for your support. So I hope that you all have taken something from the past 2 days that will help you make decisions for your businesses, or even for yourself as a coffee consumer in the weeks and the months to come. We've talked about topics that prompt us to reflect on coffee's history, like the monetary value of intangible assets and who receives that value. We've also turned our attention to the future of coffee, including the very near-term future, like later today, kind of near term, because we can't ignore the growing impact of legislation on the coffee industry, or for that matter, of climate change. For the Specialty Coffee Association, a better understanding of value is key not only to sustaining the industry, but also to realizing specialty coffee's potential across the value chain. The coffee value assessment is one tool we're excited about, but it's still in development, and we need a whole range of tools, some of which have yet to be defined. So this is the part where I repeat that we're going to need to do research of the economic sort, yes, but also a lot of listening and gathering of different perspectives, which means a lot more conversations like this one, online and in person, in small groups and in large groups. We are all going to be part of changing some long-held assumptions about how value chains work. And I think that's something to be proud of. So thank you all for spending time here with us at the Green Coffee Summit, for being curious and engaging with each other, as well as the presenters, even when things didn't exactly go to plan. It's been a pleasure to host this event again this year, and I look forward to future opportunities to keep learning together.